this meeting back to order. At this time, I'd like Tia to take roll.
Pamela Sloan,
Here.
Rollins Stallworth,
I'm here.
Linda Cavazos, Ron Gerzon,
Here. Here.
Colin McNaught,
Here.
Kevin McPartlin,
Here.
Wade Polson,
Present and accounted for.
Deanna Riddle,
Present.
Fran Sorensen, here, Manuela Stroud, Alex Woodley,
Here.
Russell Fett, Mike Straub,
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Here.
Ray Parks, Tammy Habig,
Here.
Bob Levin,
Here.
Brett Walter, Mike Cofer, Alan Townsend,
Here.
Xavier Anthony,
Here.
Laher Baria, Haley Hirsch,
Here.
Donnie Nelson,
Here.
Paul Anderson,
Here.
Jay Wiesmeyer,
Here.
Art Davis,
Here.
Lori Lutz, Robert Northridge, and myself, T. Wonder.
Yes, I did.
Who's out of order?
Appreciate you looking at it.
Yeah.
Give it a good.
Okay.
It's okay. Everybody turn to page 68. We'll go to the commissioners meeting report. Possible action. And I will turn this over to Mr. Biesmeyer. Correct?
Well, we did have our commissioners summer meeting at the NIAA offices on June 2. We traditionally bring them in the first Friday of June from all over, all of our officials, commissioners, and presidents. This year, I was not present, and I went to a graduation of one of my favorite nephews. So I was not present at the meeting, but Ellen ran the show, and from all accounts, she did a great job. From everybody I've spoken to who was at the meeting. So thank you, Ellen, very much. And I will turn this over to you. She's already put together the minutes, which usually take like a month for me to do, so good for you. And these are much better minutes than I ever do, so good. Thank you for that. Ellen, take us away.
And Ellen, if you would please, everybody in the room today, same thing, if you would use your teacher voices, your administrator voices, just to make sure our public can pick us up. Okay? Thank you.
Hey, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I wasn't alone in running the meeting. Mr. Nelson was there as well, so thank you for that. You have before you, I think, the minutes, which are, a lot. I'm not going through each one, fortunately. But I thought I'd maybe just highlight a few in each area that came up, just of interest. But if there's some things that I am not addressing that you have questions about, I'm glad to answer. Okay. One thing under the order of business, Vince Christosic, who's the president of SNOA, brought forward maybe getting it, recommended maybe getting approval for a rules interpreter for girls flag football, since there isn't one. And he recommended someone to Jay, Mr. Biesmeyer, later on after the fact. Chris Griffin, who's president of the Northern Soccer, recommended that all the physical addresses for on the website for commissioners and presidents and rules interpreters be removed. The physical addresses, just out of kind of a safety precaution, should someone want to go to their house and talk, I guess. Under number 2, we always talk about the agreement that we have with the schools, school districts, and member schools, the NIAA, and with the sports association. We did have some discussion again on some mileage. And Vince mentioned that he had proposed some sort of mileage proposal for paying officials mileage within Las Vegas city limits to, I think, to Ms. Sloan at the CCSD, but as he said that was undecided at this time. Mr. Nelson said he would start this discussion between the Clark County School District and the SNOA related to possibly compensating officials for mileage within Las Vegas city limits. We have some schools not paying timely, which means that either hits us where we can't pay officials. There seems to be some, call it repeat offenders, trying to address that, maybe hopping on that a little bit sooner or getting the NIAA involved a little bit more than that. Regarding the section under the termination, the football chapter for the North has sent a letter to the NIAA and I believe the board members regarding their intent to kind of opt out or not sign the agreement effective this July. But they want to negotiate, and mainly their negotiations deal with compensation. Our agreement that we have in place allows us to negotiate compensation. I think it's section 3.1. So that will be ongoing. As of right now, the only other chapter that I'm aware that might also be opting out would be the North Soccer. I'm not aware of any others that have put anything in writing to say we're going to try to opt out. And opt out, not terminate, because in order to terminate, you'd have to have 7 of the 12 associations sign on. They don't have that number at this point.
Ellen, can we stop there for a sec, please? Jay, staff, this is kind of a big deal. We have this contract in place with the member schools. It's between the Officials Association and the member schools. It's been in place for 2 decades. It's been a great document and that we don't have to go back and negotiate officials fees year after year or biannually. We have taken the steps to where now all officials, not sure if you're all aware, but all officials in the state varsity officials get paid the same fee. Doesn't matter what sports you do. That was kind of a charge I had, and we got it done with the help of this board. And now we're like full circle again. Now the officials are kind of going back to, well, I spend more time than a baseball guy, or I do more than a track official, or, now they're getting back to that mentality where football officials in the North, they feel they should, their compensation should be more because they have no volume of games. Number one, they get, maybe 1 or 2 games a week. Just with the nature of football, having 9 games in their season or 10 if you do a Hall of Fame game, and then JV and freshman games below that. So there is no volume for them to really make any money in football. So they're thinking, we should be paid more. The northern group here in Northern Nevada, the football group, the NNFOA. So they submitted a letter, like Ellen said, to us, saying they're gonna opt out of the contract, or they would like the support of the other associations to opt out of the contract and renegotiate. I don't think anybody, I haven't heard from anybody else, maybe the soccer group here in the North, that's on board with that. They like the contract as it's written. There is a clause in the contract that allows fees to be negotiated without renegotiating the whole contract. You can put an amendment to the Officials Association contract that just deals with fees and you don't have to renegotiate the whole contract. So that's kind of where they're going, I believe. They're going to do that. And then it'll be up to, this board to either approve it or not. If they sent, we intend to opt out of the agreement in 24-25. Give a year's notice. So for this year, they're good, but if their wishes, or their amendment doesn't go through or whatever, they now have the option to opt out of the agreement. And then they would be kind of out there on their own to negotiate with schools for football officials. Something that we haven't done in my 26-7 years. It's just been through the Officials Associations that schools use to assign their games. So that's kind of where we are with that group right now. Donnie and I have met with them. It seems to be about fees with them. They're struggling to find membership due to the fact that the youth leagues are paying more than we're paying. Or equal to, and they can get 2 or 3 or 4 games in a day and on a Saturday, and then, so they don't want to do high school football because they can make 2-3 times as much money doing youth games. So that's a concern for sure. We need to definitely be keeping up with youth football fees. But the youth football, I've figured it out, you know what, if we pay these people more money, we can get officials. So that's kind of where we are with that, and I just didn't really know if everybody understood the dynamics of how the officials contract works. And how it's been such a great thing. Officials get a pay increase, you know, based on state workers. It's 3% this year. It's gonna be 5% next year and 4% the year after that. So the officials are getting increases. And I will say, in 20 years, in this contract, officials' fees have gone up 30% from 20 years ago. So you can look at that and say, well, that's probably not keeping up with inflation. You know, 30% over the last 20 years. So their point is valid. We want to make sure our officials get paid fairly. I've always worked toward that. You know, kind of on the official side of things usually. But being in, you know, gotta be responsible with our money too. And like I mentioned yesterday in the financial report, the officials fees just keep going up and up and up for this association as we host our events. Just wanted to kind of touch on that, 'cause that's a big deal. Ellen, go ahead.
Okay. Continue then, there's an officials constitution, a state officials constitution. We're gonna put together a review team to just basically look it over, see if there's various sections or items that need to be rewritten, edited, deleted. Couple areas we're gonna look at are requirements related to sanctioning of an association. Should that association then not meet the qualifications, similar to yesterday's with the schools not meeting, you know, various membership qualifications. We're gonna take a look at that, you know, how does a association lose their sanctioning? Okay, or could they? And that's usually relative to they don't have enough officials to officiate in certain sports under the current sanctioning guidelines. There's also a renewal form that the associations need to complete every year. I said that I'd send that form out to all the associations and kind of be the lead person to get those in and get them to Jay so that he knew all the associations were renewed. Officials fees increases, Mr. Biesmeyer just mentioned those. Those are listed under number 4. Already, the 3% goes into effect this July. That was based on the prior legislative sessions employee pay raise of 3%, and then AB 522 signed by the governor. State employees would receive anywhere from 10 to 13% increases, but our agreement caps what the officials can make at 5%. So in the 24-25 season, officials fees would raise by 5%, and then the following year would be 4%, the same that the state workers receive. So for the next 3 years, those are what the fees are. That's a fee increases. Let's see. I'll head up over to number 5, the Arbiter Sports Group. Mr. Biesmeyer already touched on that we're going to be locked in for 3 years with Arbiter, which is great for the officials. The insurance only went up a couple dollars. So to register as an official, their fee will be $46.50 this year, up $2 from last year. And all the members that were there, all the commissioners, presidents, you know, wanted to, obviously took the 3-year option. It was a less of an insurance increase. The many of the associations do have some issues with Arbiter, and hopefully we can get those resolved. It seems like their customer service is getting better. And there's certain glitches that seem like that happen every year. Trying to work with Arbiter and our contact person at Arbiter, we met with him last week, beginning of this week, to start the registration process to get that a little bit more smooth line for officials to get registered.
Ellen,
Yes,
just one correction, you said 46.50. Officials register with the NIAA, they pay $20 to the NIAA, they pay $15 now for insurance. Liability insurance, and they pay $9.50 for a background check. Everybody gets a background check every year. We had 1,400 officials last year. So those are those accounts you see in the financials, officials registration with Arbiter. People Trail is the background check company that runs the background check. So it's $44.50. Right?
correct, my error. Last year was
$44.50. If an official registers for one sport, it costs them $44.50. I guarantee you that's probably the cheapest in the nation to register officials. So we're not pricing them out of, wanting to become an official based on what they have to pay to register. Go ahead, Ellen, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just gonna keep tag teaming with you on this one.
Let's see, under the number 6, NIAA, NFHS related items. Lori pointed out that I had an error here. I didn't know, I guess I wasn't aware of this, that the NIAA card, although it's gone up to $50, officials will have a 50% off. Is that correct? That's correct. So it'll only cost the officials $25. Okay. I'll let everybody
Didn't
know.
know.
What?
I didn't know.
Yeah, we talked about that at the last meeting. And it was just the board said that's just something that staff can do.
Yeah, and Ellen, I didn't relate that to you in the commissioners meeting, so that.
That's good. Well, there's a lot of officials that get the activity card.
That's probably 100 that get an activity card.
Most of them must come out of volleyball. All the people that I know that do that. Let's see, we talked about trying to get more updated contact lists for athletic administrators and athletic directors. Just to help resolve getting the schedules, if there's issues, the communications. And I know on the NIAA website, there's an easy way to go get that. It's just incumbent, I guess, on the schools to let the NIAA know that they have a new athletic administrator, athletic director, or athletic secretary to get that information. So that's pretty important for us to get scheduling, invoicing, things like that. The spring timelines and the master activities calendar came up. We had a little discussion on that. My understanding that CCSD moved up finals and graduation, and that these overlap with state championships. However, weather in the north is quite an issue with that change. Mike Evans provided some information related to baseball and softball that stated there were 582 games affected by the weather. Students missed class times to make these games up with the weather. So they could only play here in the north, those games like out at Golden Eagle, which is a turf field. And that field was only available during the day. So a lot of times students were having to get out at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock to get to those. So they were missing they were missing school as well. The budgets were impacted. If it gets canceled on that day, officials get paid regardless. I mean, buses are already scheduled. I mean, Mr. Levette, you can speak to that as well. Okay, well, I'll stop there and let you.
You're fine, Ellen. I mean, whether or not this is the time or place for that discussion, certainly the weather impacted our baseball and softball and golf, boys golf seasons. And one of the points that was made was that officials are paid when a cancellation is done the day of the game. And so they not only got paid for the game they didn't do, but then the game was rescheduled and they got paid when the game was for the rescheduled game, which impacts the budget.
Correct.
And I think that's the point you made, correct?
Right, that, this just potentially just will so-and-so snowball, that's a lot, mainly what caused a lot of this was our snow and weather, and it affects track as well. I mean, you can't have a track meet out there. So a lot of the spring sports in the north and, northeast were affected, by the weather. Preseason rules clinic, we talked about those. Looks like we're headed to in-person, at least for the rules portion of it in the north and for the spring, for the fall sports. Correct, Jay?
Yeah,
Okay.
statewide.
Statewide. So we just felt that we get a lot of feedback from coaches as well, that returning to in-person allows us to reestablish and get this relationship back with coaches that seems to like be disappearing. So it's nice to be able to meet, see and talk to the coaches about other things just than rules that we do, talk about other things. This gives coaches a chance to meet in their respective coaches associations if they have those, and if they don't, it still allows the coaches within each classification to get together and discuss certain issues. We talked about ejections yesterday, so I really won't go too much into that. I did present a document to the commissioners and presidents that I received when I went to the officials, NFHS Officials Consortium back in January. Let's see here. I'm going to skip over to the next section 8. Mr. Kostasic talked about getting assistance from the College of Southern Nevada in their SCORE program, which really helped in their recruiting efforts down there. The CSN has a uniform supply store that allows officials there to purchase their uniforms. They also, the CSN has a recruiting coordinator that assists the SNOA in recruiting officials. And then we also talked about 2 chapters, the SNOA and the Northern Nevada Football, talked about ways to give back to the community through different events, scholarships and other things that they do. And other associations, for example, like volleyball, we provide assistance in recruiting. We allow officials to purchase discounted polo shirts and equipment and deduct their dues and other things from pay sheets. So they don't have to have upfront money, so they can work and then have it taken out of their pay sheet. So that's always helps, especially for recruiting college kids who have like zero money. It's really an incentive for them to great part-time job. If we can help them with the upfront costs. We talked about the NFHS NIAA Officials Appreciation Week, or we could call it AKA Thank-A Rep program that Vince and Mark Jacoby and I kind of created. And how we want to implement that. And I think I'll leave that to when we talk about sportsmanship, if that's okay. We have it like a
yes, sportsmanship items will be very minimal today. I was almost gonna take it off, but let's we can do it. We'll be fine.
okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's see, as far as liaison to the board, I'm going to be returning as the official liaison for the next couple of years. Either that's by default, no one wanted it, or they're okay with me doing my job. Schedules, talked to Mr. Davis about schedules, and it looks like those are coming through for the spring, for the fall sports. The one mentioned was basketball tournaments. Those schedules, sounds like this is almost an annual issue of not getting those in soon enough in various areas to try to schedule. So hopefully that, I don't know, I'm not sure the delay, the reason for that, maybe just at the last minute, people are deciding to do tournament, not sure. But that just contributes to the cause. If we get a tournament late, a tournament schedule late, that's potential cause for not having enough officials or not being able to do the tournament. At least if someone submits a tournament, that association can say, hey, we're really booked on that weekend. How about this weekend? So they can possibly work with that school on that. On number 12, hopefully we can have this help out on the NIAA costs for travel. We talked about the cost for state championships. So we're looking at, we have a couple, so we're booking rooms in blocks. Right now, our thoughts were with the Nugget and the Palace Station in Las Vegas. Vince will be the point person in Vegas, and Mary Casanelli, she'll be the Northern Nevada contact. Basically, what we're going to tell officials is those are the two areas that hotel rooms you should stay in, so that we can get a discounted room rate, and in turn reduces the cost to the NIAA for championship events. And I don't know if we can piggyback on what Mr. Raggio has going or not, but that's a possibility as well. But we just wanted to let you know, we're looking at, yeah, these costs. We want to make sure if officials aren't going to be picking where they want to stay, get a block of rooms and reduce the costs. And then Gigi Abi Habib from volleyball said she'd check into looking into the ability to allow for booking Southwest flights without names or ability to change names. So she's going to check into that, because sometimes flights are another big cost. You know, you get these far enough in advance, but then, oh gee, I can't go. You're stuck with the ticket, got to get somebody else. So we want to try to see if we can help on the airfare costs as well. Mr. Luckadoo addressed the different shirts that were worn at state basketball this year. Yes, there were 3 different styles, and the commissioners and presidents of each basketball group agreed that the NCAA men's shirt would be worn by all the state basketball tournament officials starting in the 23-24 season. So I think that's come up over the years. Let's see, we also just talked again on number 13 about sports questionnaires, getting those out to the officials and getting those to coaches. That's the harder part, probably going through the athletic directors and asking if they forward those to their current volleyball, football, soccer, basketball person, so that they have a say in the questionnaire is used to create rule changes in the various sports. So it's important that the federation get feedback from all the states, and it'd be nice if Nevada, you know, was loaded up and they, hey, you know, 1,400 officials, you know, submitted all these questionnaires in different sports. And that is basically the summary in a short version of the minutes and what we discussed. Are there any questions or?
Thanks again, Ellen, for running that meeting, and thanks, Donnie and Tia, for getting food, and keeping everybody happy. And officials are a tough group. You know, it's been an interesting ride with them, and but they are so critical to what we do. Like I said, we just finished up a spring sports season that was full of issues with weather and everything else, and you know what, it went pretty good. You know, it wasn't, we didn't have any major disasters, you know, happening on the field, calls that were cost somebody a state championship. They all did a good job, and I thank all of them.
All right, thank you. All right, we can now
Yes, ma'am.
turn. Yes, sir.
I just have one quick question, just for clarification, help me understand. With arbiter sports, is there an expectation that every sport, every official association is using arbiter, or is that just up to the association? As I'm seeing that there is some liability insurance and background checks that are related to that. If an organization isn't using arbiter sports.
There is only one group that does not use arbiter, and that's the soccer group here in the north. They all are required to register on arbiter, pay their insurance, pay their background check, and then they use their own assigning program for the schools to. They have to go and see who's assigned on another type program that was created by Chris Griffin, the president of that group. He was smart enough to be able to do that.
So,
Yes.
Ellen Townsend, liaison for officials. I I just want to also mention, I should have done this through the minutes, is there's 3 points of contact. If your athletic director, administrator needs some training on Arbiter, that would be Vince Christosic in the south, SNOA, would be myself for the north, and it would be Mary Casanelli for the northeast. So if you're finding, if you can pass this along, your administrators or athletic directors need to know how to log in, need to know how to find their schedule, they need whatever they might need. Those, we're there to help. So we can provide that training through Zoom or phone calls, whatever is best for that particular school, okay? Because I think the most current issue we have is either athletic administrators and athletic directors not logging into Arbiter. So they have no idea what officials are assigned. They're not checking their schedule. They're using NND1, those sorts of school related. Or they don't know how to access their schedule to take a look to see if they have officials. So sometimes it's just a quick little, oh, this is what you have to do. So just offering that out there for training. Thank you.
Yes,
Mike Strong, NIAA liaison. I should be quiet here, but I'm not. I think it was talked about, I think Jay mentioned 30% increase over the last 15 years, right? 20 years. We're not 20 years, not keeping up with with inflation. We understand that. And I understand we need officials, and I should appreciate it when we do, that's for sure. But I do have an issue with the money part of it too. It's a continual basis forever. When coaches aren't even close to getting the 30% or 20%, right? Coaches, I guarantee, are pretty much the same as probably when I started 30 years ago. It really has not changed. And people need to make some money at the same time, but hopefully we do it because we're trying to help kids out in the kid business. And we have a budget to be able to do this with. Our district alone, when we start putting mileage with it, it's a huge expense to get officials to come out and to go back throughout a year. So, I just hope that, we understand at the end of the day of why we're doing this and the money doesn't kill us off. Thank you.
thank you. And I just like to say too that this board has put a lot of work in making the pay and a lot of conversations, heated conversations. And I think we're at a good place right now, pay wise. When you hear officials, because, hey, we only have opportunities to do this many games, well, then we'll work on a Thursday night and do a BJV game. There's a lot of opportunities out there. And I'll tell you, just between, and I'll disclose this for myself, and I'm speaking only for my budget. I'm in the process of having to ask for another $500,000 because of the 3% rate increase. And then we go to what next year, 5%, and then the next year, 4%. I mean, please, everyone has to be cognizant of school budgets and what we have and we have not. And I agree with you, our coaches need to be compensated. That's a district problem. And that's a conversation we have with district personnel all the time. And that too has an impact by whether you don't have coaches. But I think being efficient, it's some money. So, all right, thank you. All right, any other comments with that? All right, now, we're gonna go to number 11 on page 69, the financial report. Mr. Beaver, please, Mike.
Okay, you all went over this last night, I know, right before you fell asleep. Absolutely.
That's actually what we're doing.
A couple of things we need to do on page 69, the current financials. We went over them yesterday as of June 8th. We need to approve those or not. And the spring event reports is the handout I gave you, the updated one or the one that's in here, just kind of going over all of the spring events, event by event. And then more importantly, the proposed draft budget. We're not passing the budget. We're just, approving the proposed draft budget. There will be changes. that I'll bring back in our next board meeting to approve the final budget for 23-24. So any questions on the current financials from anybody?
No.
Okay, want to do them one at a time?
Wait, Wade has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wayne. No, I'll make.
Motion, I never.
I'll take them all at once if you want. Right up to, I move to approve the current financials.
Okay, we have a motion.
Riddle, I second the motion.
We have a second. Any additional questions, comments, those individuals that are new to the board? Any questions? Okay, seeing that there's none. Public, if anybody in the public, if you have any questions in regards to the budget, please speak now. All right. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Matt, are you there?
Aye.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you.
Yours on, thank you, Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Ron, Matt. We've heard you loud and clear. Appreciate that. All right, with that, the ayes have it. Thank you. Now we will go to item number 12, starting on page 93, will be the liaison committee and director reports. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Nelson.
Alrighty.
Let me say all at once.
Yeah, we approved B and C.
I thought we were going to take them one at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for him. I'm sorry.
No.
All right, I'm close.
He said I'll do one at a time, so.
Let's do one.
Okay, so we just, the current financials number 8, appreciate that, has just been passed. We'll go to number B, the 2022-23 spring event reports. Yes, okay,
I move to approve the 2022-2023 spring events reports.
okay,
Deanna Riddle, I second the motion.
thank you. Are there any additional questions, comments from the board? From the public, is there any discussion, questions, comments? Seeing that there's none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ron and Matt,
Aye.
thank you. Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. We will go to item number C, 23-24 proposed draft budget. Yes, sir.
With Folsom Region 3. I move to approve the 2023-2024 proposed draft budget.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second.
Deanna Riddle, I second.
Appreciate that. Any other comments, questions, discussions? From the public, any comments, questions, discussions? Seeing that there's none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Matt. It's passed. Appreciate that. All right, thank you. Now we will go to item number 12, the liaison committee and director report. Mr. Nelson.
All right, thank you, President Sloan. To page 93, please. And as you see, there are not inclusions in this packet that we've done recently with regards to submitted reports in advance from the liaisons. I think in the interest of where we are going through wrapping up the end of the school year, having individual personalized reports this go round would suffice. We'll certainly get back and asking for written reports in the future. So Ms. Simons, just credit to you. You did send me your report on email and said, Donnie, I'm late. Will you please take it? I said, Don, it's all right. I didn't ask you to wait for the report this go round, and I think we're fine doing some things.
Just want to be an overachiever.
Superintendent fact is not present obviously with our meeting today, so I don't want to speak on his behalf other than to say that he did want to echo that the superintendents appreciate the work of this board, including our liaisons, and understanding the process we've gone through with realignments and looking at the regulations and changes that we've also discussed. We went through those yesterday. Again, superintendent very appreciative of that. And that said, let the board know that, again, the superintendents will have me back there on a regular basis, if and when the questions come up about certain items, And that most likely will be some pretty good discussions coming into their September meeting with regards to, again, raising membership dues, possibly talking about other items that come up involving a variety of things. And I'll leave it right there. Anyway, just on echo that on behalf of Superintendent Russell. That's it, Brent.
Okay, classified A Northern Region.
Thank you, Dan. Bob, with that 5A North, probably soon have to start saying 4A, 5A North, and with that, I just, again, want to recognize the above and beyond work of the realignment committee, and I know that the North kind of threw a little bit of a wrench into it this time around and asked to be considered for 4A classification. And when this all began, we came in asking that the 5A North be completely realigned to the 4A North, to the 4A in all sports. And as it shook out for the board, and I know you've approved this, and we're a little bit premature on spring sports, but as it panned out, the North is extremely happy with how things have come out of realignment. And as it stands for the fall, girls golf, boys and girls tennis, and girls soccer have moved from the 5A to the 4A. In winter sports, boys and girls basketball to the 4A. And then in football, with the 3 5A divisions, we're still 5A, but we're 5A2 and 5A3. And so we're extremely happy with that and how it turned out. And again, thank you to the realignment committee for considering all stakeholders in those decisions and recommendations, and the board for the work they've done to approve those. And again, premature on the spring, but we don't see any changes in the spring that would move us from the 5A classification to anything else. So we're excited about that. We appreciate it. And again, thank you very, very much for that work. Congratulations to Douglas County High School softball, bringing home a state championship this year. We're pretty excited about that. I think that was our only one in the North. So congratulations to Douglas County and that crew down there that did such a great job in bringing home that state championship. You know, it's interesting. We've heard a little bit already, and on reporting, there's already game changes going on. I've been sitting here watching my phone for 2 days, blowing up with soccer changes already, and all due to lack of officials. And as an organization, the 5A North, we worked really, really hard as a group of athletic directors and athletic administrators to make equitable schedules for the boys and the girls, to take into consideration the work of administrators in covering events, transportation, all of those factors, everything that we can do to keep things running smoothly in choosing the days that we play, the times that we play our games, all of that work. And it all just gets thrown out the window when we don't have officials. And so these changes are blowing up for the last 2 days, all due to lack of officials in soccer. And I'm going to say once again, all that work that we do, our girls end up playing on Tuesdays and Saturdays, our boys play on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Then we get dictated that we've got to move a girls' game that has to be rescheduled from a Saturday due to lack of officials to Monday. That forces those girls to play on Monday and Tuesday, back-to-back days. And I'm going to kind of throw that term gender equity out there because it doesn't happen to our boys. And sooner or later, somebody's going to grab onto that and file a lawsuit for Paul to have to defend us on. I don't know. But again, concerns by our group, and we feel we're doing everything we can to address the issues, but it just keeps rearing its ugly head. No matter what we do, we still find ourselves in that situation. And now that's all I've got to say about that. I'm going to throw game limits out there. I just want the board to know, and I mentioned this at the last meeting. The 5A North athletic directors and athletic administrators are in no way, shape, or form recommending an increase in game limits. But I want you to know there is a pretty strong effort. It is unanimous on the part of the Northern 5A baseball coaches to increase game limits back to 24 from the current 21. Their rationale for that is they believe that's what they were promised when game limits were reduced from 24 to 21, that at some point they get those 3 games back. And then the other piece is completely selfish on their part. It would make scheduling a lot easier. That being with 9 teams, that's 8 teams they have to play in their league. If they had 24 games, they could play every other team in a 3-game series to get those 24 games in. I've suggested they give up a tournament and get those 3 games back. They can do that, but they aren't willing to do that. Whether or not they will, we have clearly outlined for them what the process is to bring that topic back to the board. We've encouraged them, and I want to be very, very transparent on this for the state as a whole. We've been very, very, very clear with that group that if they intend to push that, they need to have administrative support of their schools to bring that to the board. And that they need to involve the entire state of Nevada in that discussion and have support from the entire state of Nevada, the South, the East. Everybody's got to be aware that this is a conversation, because I know that Pam wants that in her budget, increasing those game limits down south in Clark County. I don't know that, but I just want to put it out there. It's a conversation that continues to be ongoing. I just surveyed our baseball coaches on tournament formats. It's been quite an interesting spring with respect to that. One of the questions I included was to find out where each individual coach stood on the increasing game limits, and they are unanimous. That's 9 coaches across the state of Nevada. And again, I think I just want to be fully transparent. This is not coming from the Northern 5A athletic directors and athletic administrators. It is coming from the baseball coaches, and whether or not that comes back to this group at some point, I don't know. We'll see. I think finally, I just wanted to mention a celebration. I know this whole state doesn't have skiing, but here in the north, we've got our skiing, and it's always been very, very successful. We've got a local area, it's Mount Rose Ski Resort. We've been skiing and holding our races in our state tournament at Mount Rose in years. It's been amazing, and I think Donnie, Jay, you would agree, it's been a great experience, a great arrangement. Our kids, they get either a Saturday or a Sunday half day of training. That's not a lot of training when it comes to skiing to then have to race. Most of our successful skiers are training at Squaw Valley or Heavenly Valley, someplace else, a bigger area where they get true coaching than they race in their high school season. We have a very, very small area that is owned by the city of Reno. It's been the home to the Reno Sparks Junior Ski Program forever. Most people from the north who ski probably learned to ski on that program. That mountain is leased for $1 a year by the organization that puts on the ski program. They have come to us and proposed opening that mountain to high school ski racing, where our kids can actually go and train after school. They've just raised $2 million to put in snowmaking. They're now working on putting in lights to where our kids won't miss as much school time. They won't have to travel up the mountain on weekends with all the traffic, and just get a little small area of the mountain. They'll get more training. The state championships, ski races could be under lights. It could be a really exciting experience. So a little bit of a celebration. We appreciate the work that the folks at Sky Tavern have done to approach our group and to make this possible. We're looking forward to next year having our first season at that mountain and a change. And the NIAA staff has been fully supportive of that in terms of posting state championship races there. So a bit of a celebration. That's just one piece of news that's going on in the north. And then finally, I know it's a little bit premature in Eureka County. If you know Blair Roman, longtime football coach at Carson City, and athletic director for the last several years. Blair is leaving Carson, and he's actually, as long as things go well with the Eureka Board of Trustees tonight, will be appointed the principal at Eureka County High School, and we're really excited for Blair and that new chapter in his life as he makes that move that day. I'll shut up and move on.
Thank you. I have a question regarding this presentation. Does the baseball coaches here have documentation on the boards? On the board making a comment or having something in writing that was stated that once those games were lost a couple of years ago, that the board was going to get, you remember that was said, you remember that?
I think I was there. I didn't recall that conversation.
Yes. So I just want
You would have to ask the president of that baseball coach.
I just want to put on the record that we will look for that documentation regarding their verbiage saying that we promised them to give them those games back.
That's just when it gets thrown at, when it gets thrown at me, Rollins, that's the first thing they can come at me with. And so I'm somebody that can make the change for us. And I think they think that's something that the Northern 5AADs can do. And so we've been trying to be real clear with that group and the president of that organization of what that process is. And it's just, when they bring it up, that's the first thing out of their mouths is, we were promised. Thank you.
They understand the reason behind that was the reduction was because of budget.
Yeah.
That was statewide.
Yeah, and they understand
Let
that.
me ask you this question. I know I'm going this time. Of all your schools, do they all play a 21 game schedule? Is every one of the 9 schools said they play a 21 game tournament schedule?
I believe so, yes.
They have a schedule, whether they play every one of those games, but the point I'm making here is that we have a 21 game schedule right now due to the weather that we have in northern Nevada. Very few of those schools actually complete the 21 game schedule based on the fact that they cancel games, they've tried to move games, they've tried to do some things. I would venture to guess, and it would be a pretty good one, that less than 75% of those schools actually played all 21 games. They had a 21 game schedule, but did they play all 21 games, especially last?
Well, and actually, we scheduled them for 16 league games, eight 2-game series, so they play
Yes.
everybody twice,
Yes.
home and away. The 8 opponents in the league, and then we give them 5 open days that they have to fill, but yes.
So if you
in
took the
addition-
weather out of the equation, take the weather out of the equation, it's like sunny, 70. And up here the north. Would every coach have 21 games on their schedule, would they commit to play those 21 games?
I believe so, they'll fill every one of the open days and they'll fill their tournaments, yes.
The problem is again, trying to add 3 more games to the smaller window of games that are in the spring schedule.
Well, again, we're building those 5 open dates in there now. To the 21, if they had 24, now they're gonna play everybody 3 times, and instead of playing 2 days a week, they'll either go back to what they did in the past, play 3 days a week, or they'll play a day during the week, like a Tuesday and then a doubleheader Saturday is something they had done in the past.
And then what happens when we did that in the past was when it rained on Saturday,
Oh,
and
yeah,
the double header was you have 16 games that we have to make up instead of 9 or 8
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever. So that's where the issue is. But anyway, that's something for them to bring.
and that's where I want to be completely transparent, but I understand it, I get it, and I've communicated that to that group. That doesn't mean they still won't, they're a pretty stubborn group, and we certainly appreciate everything they do, and having a sport with an association, a coaches association, that's extremely valuable to us here in the north, and to have that input, and they basically do the schedule for us. If we had to try to figure out that schedule with those baseball coaches' needs and wants and their tournaments and everything, that would be extremely difficult. So we appreciate having them, but this is their deal, and we've made that very, very clear. It needs to be their deal, and that they'll need to have school administrators come to this group in terms of putting it on the agenda for further discussion by the board.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All
I
right,
won't be bringing that forward. I want to be really clear. That's not me.
oh, come on. All right, now we'll go to number C, class 4A, 5A Southern Regions, Tammy. We have the athletic administrator, Lakes High School, Tammy, I would like to welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. Obviously, I am very, very new to this, so I don't have quite as much as he does.
You will.
I'm already knowing going into the fall season, it's gonna be fun. I have a few more congratulations. Our 4A golf was Durango, 5A golf was Bishop Gorman. 4A track boys, Shadow Ridge, 5A track boys was Liberty. 4A track girls, Palo Verde. 5A track girls with Liberty. Junior 4A swim girls with Faith Lutheran, 5A swim girls with Coronado. 4A baseball was Foothill, sorry, 4A. 5A baseball was Bishop Gorman. And then 4A volleyball Cheyenne and 5A volleyball was Shadowbridge. We had softball. Yeah, the softball. I know, at first I was like, what am I missing here? And then I realized it was that. So I did get the opportunity, the chance to meet with, a lot of our sports, again, coaches associations. Some of them we had a few representatives, some we had all. SNOA sat in on all of our meetings. It was really good. We had a lot of, productive conversations. Obviously, we had a few things come up, as always. And I know we're all going to talk about this one later, but pretty much every single one of them talked about the calendar and finals and state, that kind of stuff. They all brought that up. Again, I know we're going to talk about that. So I've actually been I've talked to Ms. Sloan about this a lot, and last night we had a few conversations. We're looking at new ways to do the representation because we do have such big leagues down there and massive amounts of coaches, and sometimes sitting in a room, we don't get as productive with 25 people as we could with maybe getting some representatives from ADs and APs to, say as an AP over at Legacy, I pick the sport that I'm really, the one I really want to represent. I'm the one that meets with those coaches, gets their concerns and brings it forward to NIAA, CCSD, however we have to do that, just to make it a little more productive. A lot of our questions came up about, were realignment questions, were NIAA questions that some of them I could answer, some of them I can't. So having that representation in those meetings would be awesome. See here. Like I said, a lot of ours was realignment questions. And then one small thing that came up a couple of times, which I don't know exactly where it fits in, was postseason venues. In that conversation, it really came from, majority of it came from swim, but there were some concerns. Maybe I need to have a little more in-depth conversations because they weren't super specific on their concerns, I guess. But other than that, I'm learning a lot. And I'm sure next time I'll probably have a lot more.
Thank you. It is important that we have the conversation, that you have everybody at the table, every mess in a way, and Dr. and I talked about it, and play. It's always been at the table, that's the way, and very beneficial. There's questions that you can.
There's a lot of questions I didn't answer.
Thank you. Well done, first time around. Well done. Do we have a report from Ray Parks? Do not at this time. All right. Class 2A, John.
I could give you Ray's report. Rollins, I pulled all the IDs wrong. Trumpet Simon's 2A liaison. Great things in 2A, moving right along. 2A teams were pretty satisfied with the venues for state softball and baseball. UNR, we appreciate the NIA staff for juggling the direction for pulling off those state tournaments. We heard a lot of good things about Liberty High School as well, hosting state track. I'd like to thank Mike Brooks, Pershing County, for hosting baseball, softball regional. If you've ever hosted a regional baseball, softball tournament, it's long days. There's some long days. Southern 2A regional softball baseball is hosted by Jennifer Mays at Meadows, and we are losing Meadows, as you know, to the 3A. So she would be greatly missed. I would like to send a shout out to those folks. I'd like to congratulate North Tahoe. They won boys state golf and girls state track. Lake Mead won both boys baseball and boys state track. And I'd like to finally congratulate Needle softball for winning the 2A state title. They did not give up a run in the entire state
Oh.
softball tournament. Wow. And their pitcher is only a junior. So she'll be back. Yeah. Southern 2A, we've been getting schedules done here for the next year. We've been trying to improve and work on our sportsmanship initiative. I know that sportsmanship is easily thrown around and, you know, as a term all the time and practicing good sportsmanship but it's just little things that we've been doing in at least the Southern 2A League. I've been in contact with northern schools. I'm gonna try to actually attend the northern 2A meeting in Fallon in August. Next time the Southern 2A will meet, will be that August 4th at Lake Mead. After we talk with the NIAA, we'll have a league session there. Oasis Academy and Sierra Lutheran are joining the Northern 2A, as we know, in certain sports, so we're welcoming them. Green Valley Christian and Adelson from Southern Nevada are joining Southern 2A. We're talking about game limits. I've always had conversations with Bart in the past, you know, we get 9 teams in the Southern 2A, and so basketball, that's 16 league games right off the bat that you're already playing 16 games and you have 18 and 2 tournaments. So it is what it is. So I'm pretty satisfied with that. I want to applaud the realignment committee for all their efforts. Again, it cannot be expressed enough. I've sat in those meetings and sometimes 1A, 2A, and 3A kind of, at least 1A and 2A sit in there and wonder how things are going. And once our stuff gets done, it's you know, it's good to listen to people and hear different conversations. That's about it, I would say. Like I said, we'll have our meeting August 4th when we meet the NIA folks in Lake Mead, and if Jeff Newton was here, and I'll keep telling him he's the next one to go to 3A. So see how that goes. That's all I got.
Thank you. All right, Mike's class 1A, Mike Strong, principal. Time to go.
Thank you, Mike Strong, 1A liaison. Well, with the spring season coming to an end in May and the school year coming to the end as well, we want to congratulate Colville's girls softball team winning state championship. And in Springs boys baseball team won their state championship. Hotel girls won the state girls team championship, and Sarah Luton winning the boys state team championship as well. So congratulations to all those guys. We appreciated all those that hosted the events for the 1A throughout the state. Includes Boulder City High School and Reed High School for track. Smith Valley, Franklin Valley for hosting softball, baseball, north and south. The region, and I'd also like to thank Norman High School and College of Southern Nevada for hosting the 1A state softball, baseball tournament. Those facilities were amazing, and we really appreciate being able to play there. Thanks goes to Liberty High School for hosting state track. We got over there for a couple events, and if everybody's gone to state track and in parking, I can't imagine what the people in the community thought there with the whole state and invading. Right, you got about a mile away with the parking. People in people's driveways. It was pretty insane, but it is a really cool event because it was one event when you got 1, 2, 5 together, and you get to see some unbelievable athletes. And so, what a neat thing and a process to make happen at the same time. So I think that is very cool that you do that. I do have a suggestion here. The Award of Excellence and State Academic Awards. I think that you know, as the NIAA, we say that these are as important as other awards given out. It's a state championship award, but we don't always treat them that way. It's just kind of here or there. And so I understand that the NIAA staff is, especially during tournament time, is overwhelmed, just trying to put on tournaments. So my suggestion is that liaisons take more of a role. When we first did the Award of Excellence, I can remember Dr. Hughes, we were fortunate enough to win it. Come to our school, I want to say his graduation, of course, the point tallies and everything were taken care of earlier then, and awarded that at a graduation, and that was a pretty big deal. But I suggest that maybe a liaison goes to that school and awards it in an assembly or something like that instead of the preseason AD meeting. And then I think the liaison can take more of a role in the state academics and making sure that there's time and there's place that those awards get given out at a tournament as well. So it's not something added to the staff, it's something that we can do to help. I'm not so sure the person replacing me would agree with that, Dave Vick. But he might. I know I personally wouldn't have minded, as Sean talked about running up to an 80 meeting. I wouldn't mind going somewhere and doing that on behalf of the NIAA. So just some thoughts there. I'd like to thank this board and previous boards, and the many folks that have helped and put time into high school athletics, throughout this state. I especially like to thank this staff, the NIAA staff, for all the work they do to make things possible for our student athletes. I've been fortunate enough to work with, 4 executive directors in Dr. Hughes and Mr. Bonai and Bart Thompson and now Donnie, over the years. And I'm grateful for their work, their hard work, their service. The many relationships and friendships that I've been able to create over the years of working through the NIAA. So I appreciate you all and thank you. And it's been a great ride, and I wish you all the best. So thank you.
Thank you.
And by my final steps, Mike, I have not finalized the Award of Excellence winners yet for this year. Still getting ejection points have come in and still put together all the points, for the athletic finishes, and I'm way behind. And so if there's some way we can figure out how to help speed that process up, and that would be much appreciated. I'll take that to heart.
Thank you. Do we have a report from private schools? Probably not. You probably is right. And any report, did Mike leave a report for charter schools? Okay, we did not. All right. Nevada Athletic Directors Association, Xavier Avenue.
Good morning, everyone. Well, first and foremost, I think, we've already kind of talked about it, but I'd like to congratulate Mike on, his service here, and, you're gonna be off the board, but I'm gonna have to take you up on, fighting for that coach's pay, because that's been a long time coming, so, I'll be that squeaky wheel for you, don't worry. And I think we're losing a lot. We're losing Ray. I mean, Ray's still kind of here in our hearts for some reason, with Sean being here, of course. And then Brett, of course, and then Bobby, who's just been an invaluable member. So that the years of experience that we're gonna lose going to next meeting is, I mean, crazy. I don't know if we want to put all those years together, but we're definitely losing some quality veterans. We'll have some people come in that'll bring some different experiences. So it'll be nice for a little bit of change, but Mike and those people that are leaving, just definitely gonna be missed. Specific to NIAA, I will tell you that Nikki Turner, who's our president, just passed her CAA, so she's a certified athletic administrator, and she did everything online. Everything virtually as far as taking that test. It can be done. A little bit challenging because they do have you, I guess, take your computer and then they move it around to make sure that nobody's in the room trying to cheat or anything. So there is value in getting that CAA, because I know I can speak for CCFD specifically. They're looking at potentially adding a 5% pay increase for those that have a CAA or CMAA certification. So I'm hoping that we can continue to push that so we can get, again, rate increases for administrators, because our athletic directors kind of fall in the same piece as far as not really getting no pay raises. Uh-oh.
Like to about the Washington County School District in that 5% increase, so can you send me that paper?
It's through our union, through the CCSD Administrators Union. But hey, once they get that done, I don't see why they could involve that for the entire state.
Appreciate it.
Or I've also made the comment in the past that why not get some legislation done? Utah attempted to get legislation done that if you had your CAA, that it would be a $2,500 pay stipend that you get yearly. If you had your CMAA, a $5,000 stipend that you would get annually. It only got up to the Senate and then died, but that's something the NIAA is trying to get across the nation. So it's something hopefully that we'll see in the future.
Whatever we need to do to help you, let me know.
Yes, sir. Thank you. On a different side note, so I talked about Nikki, so we can get that going. For NIAA, Jamie Malloy from Indian Springs left to move to Chicago. We have replaced Jamie with Bobby Hunter from Excel Christian. We're excited to have him on board. He brings some youthfulness and some energy that we're excited for. This is my final year as the Section 7 representative for the NIAA on the board of directors. I had a great opportunity to go to Utah in March for their conference. I'll be going to Arizona in September for their conference. and just had the big challenge of going to Hawaii, just a few weeks ago, to go to the Hawaii conference on Hawaii. I know, I mean, somebody had to do it. And I was able to lead the Section 7 meeting. Fantastic. We had 16 athletic directors and athletic administrators from our section that attended. A lot of great information. In July, I go to Indianapolis for our summer board of directors meeting as we prepare for the national conference, which I'll then say that our national conference will be in Orlando, December 15th through the 19th. So if you can encourage your athletic directors, athletic administrators to attend, a lot of great fellowship occurs, a lot of knowledge through workshops and courses takes place. And then excited to hear that the NIAA has decided to go to Reno for the basketball state championships, and the 22nd through the 24th, we have tentatively scheduled our NIAA conference. We have some speakers that we're getting in line, our workshops, so draft pieces are in place, and hopefully once the summertime ends, we'll have a better idea who our speakers will be. And I know that I have a team of Pamela Sloan and Ron Stallworth that are happy to speak on behalf of the NIAA and show share the unity of Nevada. And then that's pretty much all in NIAA, and I'm just gonna make an aside. I know I have the lovely Haley next to me. I don't see her listed as a possible liaison report. And she is one of our liaisons as well, so she should have a voice. I'm just throwing it out there. I asked her if she had anything ready to go right now. I think she's not calling it I'm okay, but that's also the youthfulness of not being sure and not maybe being prepared. But in the future, I think we should definitely have Haley speak just to kind of hear the voice of the student. That's why we're here.
Maybe we'll never want to sit next to you again.
Don't damn me for that. I'll let that go. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And Xavier has promised that during the conference, the NATA conference, that a basketball will never be bounced.
That I
It
did
will
not,
be
but
played during the conference.
noted, ma'am.
Thank you. That will be in your evaluation that I've yet to write. Okay, so we're gonna go to J, Nevada Fish Association. Oh,
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I obviously don't have a whole lot to report since a lot of it was done during the commissioner president's meeting and I talked about it. Just a few things. So I'd like to thank the sportsmanship committee, in particular the subcommittees within the sportsmanship committee for addressing the spectator issues and including that new language in the NACs. And then thank the NIAA board for yesterday for moving forward with those regs. Tremendous amount of work went into editing all those, and the officials greatly appreciate the spectator inclusions. One of the areas in the sportsmanship committee was for us to create a NIAA Officials Appreciation Week. We call that kind of the Thank-A-Ref program. And we had a few assignments in there to do when we wanted certain PSAs to be administered during each of the sports events. And all the president's commissioners agreed upon when those announcements would occur. So that's one accomplishment that we made. Also in the Thank-A-Ref program, there's various components within it. All this already has the documentation, suggestions, how to communicate to schools, a certificate, and dates when this Officials Appreciation Week would occur. They're just suggested weeks, but we have this already printed material and just want to make sure that we understand that this is going to go out, question through the NIAA office to the schools. This Thank-A-Ref program, is that correct?
That's our plan.
Okay. And then I can get with you and the various sports affected and we can make sure that that gets out. That would be awesome. Within the NFHS bench bad behavior toolkit, there were also some recommendations in there on various public service announcements and flyers. And I believe at the last sportsmanship committee meeting, we kind of agreed on hey, this is parts of the toolkit that would go out. So that would be in there as well. And, I believe that is it on my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just,
Colin McNaught, can I just ask a question about the Think of the program or what that is?
Absolutely.
I think it's fantastic. I'm just curious about like when it is and if there's a conversation about like having something as opposed to 1 week, having something each season, like a day or two. Just I worry about like, I don't know much about it, so I'm not gonna get invested.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Yes, what we did through that whole program is we did designated a week. It's actually about 11 days in the fall, 11 in the winter, and 11 in the spring. So we could make sure each of the sports or those seasons were addressed. Yeah, and it's pretty much documented. It has a series of, here's how you do it, here's what it might look like. Suggestions for what thanking a ref might look like. Various suggestions, and schools could obviously adopt other things that they wanted to do, something as minor as, introducing the officials and either providing them with water, or, a gift card or whatever it might be, whatever the school.
And spec communication is coming down to.
Yeah, guys from the staff, that'll be all rolled out in a packet presented to our athletic administrators, directors, and secretaries in the pre-season. We'll have time from that when they first see it, starting July 24th through August 7th, the various meetings, to be able to implement it in time, but by the date 7th.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for putting that on. That sounds really good.
Ellen Townsend, and those are suggested, suggested timeframes, because you realize you may look at your schedule and go, oh gee, we don't have a football game, it's away. So it could be adjusted. So these are just suggested timelines. But try to incorporate every sport and actually all levels of officials as well. Your BJV, your freshmen, and your varsity as well.
Love to see some sort of, if there isn't some sort of social media layer to it, like just to like publicize it a little bit more, going into this as well. The hashtag that they post pictures about it or something like that.
Right, I think that, that's part of the suggestions and the communications. There are some things in there on how to relay it to your media. If you have a school, someone at your school that handles that sort of thing, and as well as with the NIAA office.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the NIAA Board Control President, I just have a couple things, just really just some comments. Again, realignment committee, those of us that are on the board, that's probably one of the, in my 100-year career, it's one of the toughest committees to be on. You don't make friends, but you make some great decisions. And I'm gonna tell you, this one has been no different than the others. Everyone says, oh, it's gonna get easier. No, it doesn't. But at the end of the day, we do the right thing for kids. And I think what we accomplished this year is good. It's great. So I know there's some changes. I have some recommendations, and I know the next realignment is going to change. But great conversations, and again, thank you for the time that those of us that have put on, be a part of that. I am going to miss that institutional knowledge. I'm going to piggyback on what Xavier said. Ray Parks, Bobby Northbridge, Mike Strong, that's a lot of knowledge walking out the door. I'm really gonna miss Bobby Northbridge on that sideline, the football game Friday nights. Because he's just part of the family, has always been, when we go to games on Friday and not having him there. He's gonna be missed. Mike, it's been an honor to serve with you on this board. You bring a lot of value. You may represent the smaller schools, but your voice is heard, and you're gonna be missed. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sloan. Xavier, yeah, you stole my thunder, right? The first thing that glared at here when we learned Haley was gonna be here today is that we don't have our student liaisons listed on here. That's a complete omission, and we will fix that.
It's okay right now, I think.
Yeah. And we'll address our student liaisons and our board composition, another item coming up here a little later, how that goes going forward. But, Haley, as we go forward too, we've got to figure out a better way to involve our student liaison and how to use it, because to be very honest, we haven't used it all, and that's not what the intent of this position is. We just haven't figured it out. So we'll talk about later, you coming back for another year and how that all work, but as you leave here next day going, okay, how can I help represent, the students? And again, I realize you attend one school, you don't, you're not at a district office level, you're not even at a school level or as a liaison or a president. But I know you'll have some ideas of how students can contribute to this position. We need you to do that. So you'll be next time in September 27th, 28th, when that meeting is, we'll be in the South. When we rotate back though, we will make sure we have some input. But in the meantime, please say, hey, NIA boards, NIA staff, here's what we can do to help, or here's some ideas, anything. It's a tabula rasa, right? Blank slate. Help us out. So you'll see that on here going forward. Let's see here, mission play. Nezita, the school coming on, that is a boys only school. Jewish Orthodox, if I get that right, based in Las Vegas. You will see that school contacting our schools, asking to get games. We're just starting that process with the school. The school has a long way to go to prepare its athletic program. In speaking with, I guess, would be designated as their athletic administrator / principal, Rabbi Richmond. I think it was eye-opening, our last conversation last week, and so as we bring new schools in, and I know we'll have our membership committee get back together again here in due time, but that is one school you will hear from. But they will have to learn right away about offering sports and having facilities and which sports they will offer. So we'll see how that school plays out. This might be a real good test case. Some of our regulations we have coming up and going forward about membership. I'm really interested to see how it plays out.
Well, I'm sorry, let's.
Yeah. I said, Nezita, that's how I pronounce it, or I'm trying to pronounce it correctly, with all due respect. We will see that school at some point.
I was just saying, they haven't come to the board.
They have filed, they have filed notification with us. We did include them in a packet a while back. They didn't meet a deadline to get into any other kind of status of permission to play, which our office can give them permission to start contacting students to play. But working from the fall season first, they got to figure out exactly what's they're going to offer and how they're going to offer it. So they got a long way to go.
I think
long way to go.
that needs to be communicated to schools because they're gonna say, no, you're not part of,
Right, and that will be, I've held off a little bit on this. The conversation with that school, I know I will have with them again here. I mentioned we would talk again after this board meeting. So we lead into the fall season to really understand. I backtracked a little bit on this because again, they got a lot to figure out on their end first, learning what all that involves about the working towards the membership process.
so they're a private school?
Yes. Yeah. Boys only, 30 students at this time, grade levels 9 through 12. What sports are gonna play exactly yet? To be determined. Very soon. Yes, sir.
Is that about them?
Yes, Las Vegas. In Las Vegas, sir. So was it realignment committee work completed? What a process. Sportsmanship committee, again, items to be addressed moving forward. We're on our way. Everybody has mentioned a few different things. I was in this Townsend mentioned some things that we will be presenting to our schools in our preseason meetings. Sports Medicine Advisory Committee will need to meet again. I think we've tentatively got them for the middle of August, an agreement. Part of them getting back together will be this FB 80. Mr. Anderson mentioned this yesterday, communicated with kind of our de facto lead in that, Dr. McMurray, and developing those return to play, return to learn protocols through the student legislator who had initially proposed the bill. So we're working on how that would go, but it's going to be a year process for concussion protocols. The Diversity Equity Inclusion Committee working towards completed a book study this year. We're working towards having some surveys sent out to schools to help better understand the makeup of the leadership from administrative levels to coaching levels within our schools. and what that might lead to in terms of how do we go about working with school principals and observing possibly their hiring process. Again, that's something the NIA gets involved in, but maybe we can lead just some education components and some mission offerings. Mr. Carlin, I know you're part of that and where we're headed with that. Do you want to say anything else you want to add to the DEI committee and say? No, we got it. We got it. Good. And then the last thing is, as you mentioned, we talked about our Senate bills yesterday. As of this morning, Mr. Anderson, 196, it's still not been signed. We understand that the last day for signature would be Monday. Is that what we believe is correct? Is that correct? Yeah, Mr. Paulson, you know, obviously you're involved in.
It's 14 days out.
Yeah. Okay. So at this point, we'll keep an eye on what happens with 196. That is enough. Thank you.
All right, we need a break. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at, 15, I'll be nice, 9:45. Thank you.
Hold on, those ain't easy.
All right, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. We're gonna go to, agenda item number 15 on page 76, the NAC revisions, returned by the Legislative Council Bureau. Yeah, thank you. The Board of Review. Tammy, there's your LCB,
Thank you.
page 96.
Guys, staff, Mr. Anderson, nothing.
Yeah, once again, we haven't seen this back, and it really isn't a surprise, since the legislature's been in session, the LCD's been tied up with that, so. Hopefully we'll be getting it back soon. We haven't seen it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to item number 16. Alignment of schools for the 23-24 school year for possible action. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. Guys, from staff, pages 98 through 103 are 3A, 4A, and 5A on a sport by sport basis. What's on the pages for spring sports only? That's what we're down to. And coming out of there, that the realignment committee is recommending the combining of boys and girls programs in the sports of swimming and diving and track and field. And so what we've got here listed as A, B, and C on the item. A, B, and C in essence are combined on a sport by sport basis. So we'll flip through the pages on the sports. And I would still recommend that we have a motion separate and apart on A, B, and C, just because we have it listed that way. I think we've kind of gotten to that policy or process of doing that with our agenda items. Mr. Davis, on page 98, anything in particular on baseball that anybody needs to be aware of in here?
Bart Davis and I staff trying.
I know, as much as you can talk. Too much of it.
We had some appeals that were heard on the 7th. Pretty much everybody who appealed up, the appeal was granted. And that's really been our case for our realignment committees. We've gone along. You appeal up and I'll play in a higher classification. As long as there's room, they'll take you. Kind of as a side note to this, not just on baseball, but Mr. Thompson, our former executive director, he and I, through all these rubrics, the individual sports, it's as though we adopted a child several years ago. And we take extreme pride, extreme ownership in that. This committee, for all the ones that I've been a part of, even all the way back to when Mr. Petrie and Mr. Wilson had created that rubric back in 2009, I think it was. This is probably the hardest the committee's had to work on this stuff. There's been a whole lot to consider, a whole lot of different types of appeals and a whole lot of new ideas. What you see here for the formation probably maybe will not look like what you see in a couple of years if you're still in this board. We've got some plans in place for how we go forward. Mr. McPartland has been a part of our committee. It's going to be a part of that with me, along with Mr. Polzian. In the fall, discuss some other ideas. But to your original question, Mr. Nelson, with baseball, it's all here from swearing easy.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And as you will notice throughout, consistent with the spring sports, that the northern large enrollment group of schools will be 5A. That's what's coming out of the realignment committee. And also within that northern region, there are 9 schools identified with the 5A. And then there are 3 larger enrollment schools that are then identified in the northern region in the 3A, with the enrollment protected schools in 3A, making that 12. You can see consistency in the north between 9 in the 5A, 12 in the north 3A. And then of course, we've got our protected enrollment protected schools in the 3A that you'll see in the southern region, and then balancing out rubric points between the 5A south, most often into what you see at least on page 98 for 2 leagues within the southern region, 3 leagues here for the 4A. Let's go to page 99, the softball. Same type of setup you see there. Again, Mr. Davis, anything that jumped out on softball that we need to recap with the board here?
Bart Davis and I staff, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Yeah, the one thing here with softball, we kind of touched on this yesterday. Truckee in the NIAA has decided to go independent for this 2-year classification. So they come out of that West League. I know Truckee's athletic director, Ms. Murphy, is here today too. She brought that in front of our committee, wanting to go independent. Truckee has really struggled in softball. Our committee had no problem, no issues with that. Truckee is still going to play those 3A West schools during the course of the season. So make sure that
they're getting games and those other teams are getting games as well. Other than that, again, not a whole lot here really in terms of appeal. This was, I don't want to say cut and dry because nothing was during the cycle, but it was as close as we got to it. So
Thank you.
this is
And I,
all with it. Truckees, athletic directors here. I'm not gonna put it on the spot, but have you been contacted yet by some of the eastern teams to come out and play you at your location when they're in the Reno area, say on a Friday? Has anyone just to make up some games, because you know the Eastern's comments are always they can't find games. And they're still gonna be coming out west to play games. Have you been contacted by any of them to possibly play a game, or would you be interested in doing that?
I think it wouldn't be to their advantage to do that because those games have usually gone 3 innings and they're done. The East is very strong at softball. No, they haven't really reached out. They've reached out to like other schools, maybe like North Valleys and stuff,
Okay,
places like that. We're not really the first on the list for a game for
Okay.
softballs, all right, for the East.
all right.
That's
Just putting it
That's
that
kind
way.
of why we're pulling out a little bit to again save them that time to travel. They can go ahead and grab another West school if it feels a little stronger in competition. We would be open to it, but I don't think it's in their best interest, competitive balance wise for us to play them. for 2
Well,
years.
and I don't want to label any schools, but I was thinking more of like a date. Who they might not be powerhouses in softball, they could be, I don't know.
We might.
But
Dayton,
that
we
would be
reached-
an example, that they're close enough proximity wise to get the Truckee and you to get there even. From a distance standpoint, that would you be willing to play, so it's not like. We've canceled every opportunity ever to play against an Eastern school during this independent status.
Dayton would be a great school for us to take an opportunity for that. They did some things this year. I want to say that was super sportsmanlike. Give kudos to the Dayton softball coach to, kind of lengthen out the game, just to kind of make sure that they got their whole bench in. And it did go more than 3 innings with Dayton. And so, you know, again, we would be interested in Dayton. We're kind of looking at the 2A, possibly Quincy, Portable, Loyalton, to add into our schedule for the games that we normally would play with the East, but we are committed again to the West as well. So, yes, we'd be open to someone like Dayton, absolutely.
Thank you, I just wanted to put that out there in space, so people could hear that and be aware of that opportunity. Thank you.
all right, page 100, boys golf. We did not have any appeals with boys golf. The alignment there. And I'll come back to our liaisons here in just a minute, and our other members of the realignment committee for some input. I want to wrap this up on the review process. Page 101, again, this is where boys and girls swimming and diving got combined. The coaches got together, vetted through school in the proper process to do it. We'll get more stringent on how we present appeals on behalf of groups or schools moving forward. I think we learned a lot in this process, especially with our last meeting on June 7th about how we should do things, probably more effectively, but that's not either here or there. The boys and girls swimming combined, boys and girls points are basically combined in rubric scores and then lines were drawn from that type of process. Again, a little bit different. It followed along, a little bit along the lines of what happened in cross country in the fall. Mr. Davis, anything on swimming and diving to finish up?
Thank you.
Good, okay, thank you. All right, page 102, track and field, same philosophy as swimming and diving, as I mentioned at the outset. So there you go, you see it was a gigantic appeal, I guess is what it was, on behalf of a group of schools in one part of the state, which sort of mirrored what, what happened in the north with regards to getting the 9 schools identified across the board in the 5A, and there's 3 schools that are a large enrollment identified them with 3A. So I won't get into details. You can ask me for that here. And then finally, page 103, boys volleyball. See the setup there from 5A, 4A, and 3A. Mr. Davis, same question. Anything you want to highlight before we board?
Good boys volleyball with all the other sports. What you see there listed in the leagues, we talked about this with the realignment committee as well. The leagues may change up a little bit. If they get together, coaches, especially with boys volleyball, being just a Southern sport, CCSD, Mr. Jackson doing the scheduling.
You look at a class like 4A there with 20 teams, if they decide for scheduling purposes, they'd rather narrow that down to 2 leagues or 3 leagues. They still have the freedom to do that. We're basically approving classifications here, is what we're doing. They can't just form the leagues any way they want to. You still follow the serpentine method through the rubric in doing that. And that usually comes right back to me of it. Either somebody does it, is this correct? Or, hey, can you do this for us? But you could see a little bit of changing in that. You could also see, for instance, the 5A combined all into 1 league if they wanted to. I don't know that any of that's going to happen, but it does happen before scheduling takes place.
Thank you, sir. Going to our realignment committee members, Mike Strong, I realize we're done with the 1A back in the fall season. Again, this is a 3A, 4A, 5A process, but you sat through all the meetings, still being represented in the committee. Anything that you want to mention, anybody here?
No, I'd say it's how the committee works to make things happen, maybe a little differently at times too, but it was just a great opportunity to sit on the committee. A lot of times we feel, Sean kind of mentioned that, what are we really here for? Should we really have a stake and a vote in? And if things get political and you don't understand the politics going behind it, it's kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing here exactly, but you know, it took me a while, but you know, and I've been on several of these, but it was a little bit different. But I think by the end, you really begin to look at it as a committee member like anybody else. You're making decisions like any other, and then you just try to do what you think is best for kids, listening to the people that are living that life, right? And so, you know, we're grateful to be part of it, and not sure how you're gonna do it in the future, but yeah, just congratulations.
Is there Simons? I think Mr. Strong just stole the other half of your thunder, but
Yeah.
okay, any comments from you?
Trump Simons 2A liaison. Yeah, I believe that same thing. The only thing I'd add to that is, or we're losing a couple 2A members into the 3A. I kind of used my old 3A connections to kind of help welcome them. And, you know, have them involved in the meetings with scheduling and stuff. And so far, 1 out of those 2 schools has been very welcomed and has been at every meeting. The other one has not. So that's going forward. I know that may not shock some people. Going forward as a 3A, it's going to be Jason Odegaard. It's going to be so we will be working with Jason and hopefully helping build that bridge between 2A and 3A. Again, it's 2A when this realignment takes place. It's just, you gotta help out. I try to help out with services with that, but other than that, you know.
All right, thank you. I know Mr. Parks is not here. Mr. Gerzon, if you're still on there with us, any comments on your behalf in regards to the realignment process?
Yeah, maybe just a brief comment. Just very proud of the work the realignment committee was able to do and accomplish. I was particularly impressed with the presentation from the coaches regarding the swimming and diving. The collaboration among schools and looping their principals in made that process much easier. And I would venture to encourage all of the other presenters to use that as a model moving forward. Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it. Sir Carlin, that's you as well.
Definitely proud of you for South. So yeah, I think just to start, I just want to thank Mr. Davis. I mean, just your beautiful mind and the data that you have to kind of help start us off and get us going on the right track, really gets those conversations started. And I don't know that you get all the recognition you should, because those conversations start with your data. So
Thank you. It's okay. I get enough blame.
And so, beautiful mind. Well, that's what you always know, Mr. Petrie in the principal meeting room, he was always the beautiful mind in the principal room. So, just a couple comments from the spring, you know, conversations I've had was just making sure that we're aware that 5A baseball is a large group compared to the north. And so, but I think it was appeals up. I think it was the right thing to do, but just I've had this conversation there. And I think you mentioned the timing on systemic proposals, like when's the right time to bring those up? That's an issue. The combining of sports, male, female teams with such one coach, I mean, just such a powerful thing. I think the fact that we were able to get that done and involve the coaches. And just the last thing that it's going to continue to come up, and it's either going to be upon, you know, the NIAA to communicate the reasons for it, but those 3 protected schools, it's a monster, and it just continues to get negative pushback of, of the why, and if we're protecting just traditional rivalries, there's a different way to do that, so that protected create either needs to be just something that's communicated in a different way, or to really look at it, but that's the only feedback I have.
Vice Chair Sloan on the realignment process, anything you want?
I've said plenty today.
Thank you. Chair Stoll.
You know, I think the elephant in the room as we move forward with realignment, it is gonna be the protected schools. Because every school in the state should be protected. And the reality here is that mindset of the protected schools, and the reality of that is that they're both in the north and south. It's not just a specific region. It is one of those situations where we have schools protected in the north and we have schools protected in the south. And, you know, one of the issues that we have to streamline with the realignment committee will be the fact that how are we going to continue to have rules and regulations based on protocols and procedures of moving schools that are different from regions 1 and 2 or levels 1A and 2A, but 3A, 4A, and 5A uses some sort of a rubric and that kind of stuff. And so those are the things that we're gonna have to really, really be conscious of. And if we make sure that, you know, and I'm not saying that all protected schools should be in another level or wherever they're at or whatever, but they need to be viewed the same. And when you put that asterisk by a school and say they're protected, their participation in the process changes. But they don't have to participate because they know they don't even have to go to meetings, and their schools and sports programs are going to be at certain locations. So we need to open that door and invite them to come to the party and play with us and have fun with us as we go. And maybe it looks a lot like what we're doing in the north in terms of some schools are in the 5A, some schools are in the 4A, some schools are in the 3A, whatever that looks like. But we need to make that consistent across the board, and that's an impossible task. Been on this committee now for the last 7 years. It's an impossible task, but that's the challenge of this committee, whatever that committee looks like in the future, that's what the task will be. And I think once we get rid of that label and move forward, I think it's gonna provide an easier task for us with regard to placing in schools based on competitiveness, not who's protected, who's not protected, and so forth. So that's why I was, as the committee chairman of that, and the last time. Somebody else should be chairman of that for the next year.
Very good. Looking around the room, make sure I didn't miss anybody who's part of the committee or anybody that's on there and who's on there. So I don't think so. Any questions or comments from other representatives, just anybody here, liaisons, other board members about process, where we got to here before we start getting to a possible motion? Okay, public wise, we haven't received any other comments to this item that I know. Right, staff? Okay, with that said, then I think what we do again, we're gonna go A, B, and C separate. So we need a motion first or 3A classification for all spring sports as indicated on page 98 through 103 of those respective spring sports. Okay, so our motion would be the three different motions and possible things.
Okay, I do have just 2 quick questions. The current realignment committee, as of today, concludes. Okay, and then, so the next realignment, the group of individuals would be selected in January.
We're working on a time frame in our office.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be looking towards the middle of next year to get started. I think staff wise, we want to look at, as a lot of you have heard me say, get going on the next process very, very quickly, once we start the school year. And that is figuring out how to do that process with having administrative representatives for groups of schools that can do their work with coaches, most likely in areas that they need to do them. And then have a focus group come together on a sport by sport basis and say, okay, what for this particular sport, what's the goal? What are the objectives? What are we hearing from our schools and our coaches? What do they want to do? So we don't create policies and procedures necessarily right away. Because again, we gotta get a committee in place to be able to do that anyway. So we have a better idea of where we're going to head before we structure something and say, all right, this is our structure. Ooh, now are we outside the structure? Are we not outside the structure? We're gonna give some freedom to, and say, obviously, your communication, you know where we're headed with this. Bob Levette already knows that we have that process kind of already in place with the 5A, working through the 3A. Say we have sport commissioners and those people work with the coaches, they can vet that, they come back to the administrators and the ADs to help vote on things and relay those messages to the realignment committee. In this case, it was Art Anderson who represented the 5A work. So I think we're trying to create that structure in the South. So the big talking points can happen where they need to happen, and then the representatives for those sports are trying to create it, and then come to the realignment committee. Then we will create the realignment committee, and then it falls into procedures, knowing that let's structure something around what we're hearing we want to do, so we don't hem ourselves in.
Yes,
Madam President, I'm ready to make a motion.
okay, I have one more comment.
Oh.
Of course I do. I would also like to ask a couple things. I would go back to what Kevin had said, the format, the tournament format, I think that needs to be heard sooner than later. Baseball is an example, you know, that means, yeah, sooner than later. And the second comment is going forward with the committee. I do not believe that voting members should be on the committee. Not that, Kevin, you did a phenomenal job. And Ron Kerson's amazing. You guys did an amazing job, but it almost, but it's what, I mean, Kevin's not gonna come here and go against the vote. You know, so just going forward.
And so I understand, I'm gonna agree with that, because I don't wanna put our voting board members in compromising positions when realignment is, without question, the most comprehensive and controversial thing we do, and same with any association, so that's well.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right,
Well, saying my motion, thank you, Madam President. I move to approve the alignment of schools for the 2023-24 and 2024-2025 school years for 3A classification, spring sports only.
thank you. We have a motion. Appreciate that. Any other discussions, questions, comments? Any in the public? Seeing that there's none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. All right, we'll go down to B, 4A classification.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to approve the alignment of schools for the 2023-24 and the 2024-2025 school years for B, 4A classification, spring sports only.
Thank you,
Second.
appreciate that. Any other comments, questions, concerns, anything from the audience? Hearing that there's none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. We'll go to number C, 5A classifications.
Thank you, Madam President. Make a motion to approve the alignment of schools for the 2023-24 and 2024-2025 school years. Item C, 5A classification, spring sports only.
Thank you,
Second.
appreciate that. Any other comments, questions, discussions? There is none, any from the crowd? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the realignment committee.
All right.
All right, let's go to page, item number 17, tournament format for the alignment of schools for 23-24, 24-25 school year, starting on page 104.
Thank you, President Sloan, Donnie Nelson, from the staff. Pages 105 through 110, those are our alignments, same process I'd like to go through as we just did for the alignment of schools. Going on an A, B, C type of motion process for 3A, 4A, and 5A, independent of each other. Start on page 105, 105 for baseball, and primarily again, looking at the state tournament formats. Region tournament formats are listed in there, you know, depending if possibly a league or two, a sport or two get combined in leagues in a particular classification. The region tournament formats might be subject to a bit of an amendment. They're written as what we see right now in the previous pages. Mr. Davis, anything on baseball to bring up to the group?
The only real changes here are in the 3A with the region tournaments and how they qualify, because you're not going to see the crossover in the board as much anymore. So they're just going to go within their leagues and take the top teams from those leagues, as opposed to doing a by point system. South's gonna do the same thing, so that they're consistent throughout their spins. Everything else pretty much stays as we just saw.
Thank you, sir. Page 106 for softball. Same thing, Mr. Davis, anything to be aware of here?
Exact same thing we just said.
Thank you, sir. Boys golf, page 107. Mr. Davis, anything?
Last time around on this, our board, through the realignment committee proposal, in the 5A to have 4 teams qualified from each side of the state. We figured out before we even got to that first state tournament, we didn't have the number of tee times we would need for something like that in any course available to us. That got narrowed down to 3 and 3 teams from each side of the state. We stayed with that throughout this next cycle as well. So what we actually played on course, no changes to that.
I do want to make a comment in regards to boys golf. I brought this up the last realignment. I think I really want to push this next go around. I know it's too late now, but I think we need a qualifier, second day qualifier for golf. Because if you look at the scores, the 3A, we had kids shooting 125 day 1, day 2, 110 day 1, day 2. We're at the mercy of the courses right now. You know, but I really believe Tammy, you were there.
I was there, yes. Yeah, it was, and I know that we've had these conversations. My coach is the representative for the golf. And him and I have those conversations a lot because you do struggle. You know, you want to do what's best for kids. You don't get better at golf if you don't golf. But you're losing tee times, you're losing, you know, you're losing courses because we had kids that made that trek up there to state and were shooting 110, 115, but they were shooting they were shooting that all season. I was there all season. So it wasn't that was a new thing. They just did okay every. So I think it might be, and I don't know if I don't think it's the same in Hawaii. I know it's not the same. But that cutoff of, you know, the top 6 individuals, maybe you don't always have to take this off. Next top 6.
Well, you know, the first day, everybody can play. You qualify, you go, you play. Second day, I mean,
Yeah, because we were finishing like at golf
yeah.
because of it. It was, because, you know, you have the better groups going at the end and they almost didn't.
Well, let me, I don't know if you have this information, but on the second day for the 5A, how long did that tournament last? Do you have any idea?
I was not there.
Okay.
Because of the things that were going on, but because of our team lines, and this is the thing to consider. When we get into May, obviously the weather is, those prime tee times the courses have, they're not at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We get those tee times because we're not giving the courses anything, and they're donating that. So we get pushed back to a late tee time. And this is not like the PGA Tour where guys get around in 4 hours. It's taking these kids 5 hours in some cases. You get a lost ball in there and it really does slow things down. The 5A, for the most part, pace of play is not a huge issue.
It's not an issue.
But we do have kids still who think they're lining up the last putt on the 72nd hole of the Masters. And they're gonna take forever to do that. Right or wrong. It does happen. We do have that issue with 3A, a little bit on the 4A because of the depth issue of teams. You still got some really good players in the 4A. They just don't go as deep on that team. I agree with what President Sloan, with what you're saying on a lot of that too. The only issue that can come of that is, let's say I'm skating by with 4 kids. I got a 6-person team and 2 of my kids shoot 120 the first day. But I'm in first place as a team because my top 4 did really well that first day. If I lose 5 and 6 because of the cut, I'm down to those 4 kids, hoping they all sign correct scorecards. I get DQ'd out of turn, or even worse, I have 3 kids shoot 70 the first day. My bottom 3 all shoot about 20. You're gonna boot them all, and now I got no chance to win a team title because I've only got 3 kids the last day.
And
So there's a difficult
completely
balance.
I completely understand that.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm not gonna shoot 125 on Monday and then Tuesday come and shoot 72 that time. You know, I mean,
Push the button there, Mr. McFarland, push it all the way to the top.
We did not video that.
So, but I think it's worth the conversation.
It is, and the other thing that we have too, and I'm sorry to step on.
No, you can.
The north and the south do things a little bit different, and the south will have 9-hole cuts during their regular season matches. If you don't shoot better than 56 on the front 9, you don't play the back 9 that day. The north doesn't quite have the course availability, well, did this year because it snowed everywhere forever. But they don't have the course availability problem. They're playing out the all 18 holes. We've heard everything from, what if we play double par on a hole we pick up? What if we do circle 10s? For those of you who aren't quite as familiar with golf terminology on that, I apologize. But we have different type of speed up rules. If one half of the state wants to play by the other half doesn't, and then when we get to a state tournament, whose rules do we play? And it's a long discussion. I appreciate President Slimmy bringing that up because I want to have it too. And I want to have it with Mr. Thornton from Legacy, who is our golf coordinator in South and does an absolutely amazing job. And it's very good. With Mr. Sims, who's our 5A golf coordinator in the North. Bob, I know you work with him very closely. And he does amazing. Along with Coach Kleiner at Reed. And then Mr. Smith at Truckee in the 3A does an amazing job as well. We need all parties involved in that, but we do have to find something to make sure we're not sending these kids out to decide a state tournament. Heaven forbid we have a playoff to try to decide it too, while everybody's got the phone out and their flashlight on their phone, trying to see the hole for the last couple of holes. Or trying to push them and hurry them to get those last couple of holes.
And I know, and I am going to bring up, we had, Donnie and I, we had a situation where the golf course changed the tee time. A
Yeah.
2-hour impact.
Yeah.
Tammy was here as well.
Yeah.
You know, that's huge, because, had I known, I would have kept our kids, because what time did your son get home?
He was the first drop off and I picked him up at 4:30 in the morning.
4:30 in the morning.
So
That's not a good, that's not a, yeah, and it's just. You know, in the past, we've always been able to get our golfers out 4:35. But we've already gone down that road. We don't need to hash that out anymore. But, and I know it's tough, it's getting tougher. I mean, they're shutting down courses down south right now as we speak.
And that's the part Jeremy was talking about, and wanted us to have that conversation, is the courses. It's the
Yeah.
course.
It is,
So-
again, for Davis and I staff. We're looking at some options as an office staff too. Do we start charging admission for sports like golf? If we have something that we can pay the courses with to say, hey, here's what we're compensating you for tee times. Because much like the venues that we use for other events, the premium venues that we try to get in, they can go get money from a lot of other places and they're a business trying to operate as a business. If they're kind enough to donate course time to us, fabulous. We love you. Thank you. But we also understand it's not going to be at the time when paying customers may be out there. They've got to survive with their bottom line. We've got to find ways to help those courses so that we can keep those courses.
I understand that, but I also understand that the tee times in the south were in the morning.
They can sometimes get those
I mean,
later in the season.
We've historically done that. Done this for a long time. I mean, you know,
And we-
this year was a struggle, and I understand, I understand the sun came out in the north, which hadn't happened in a long time. And, so if there was going to be the pay, that would mean for regional and state that the NIAA would have to pay those fees.
Yeah, and I'm not, we're not committing to that at this point. It's just
No,
conversation.
But I understand. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Page 108, boys and girls, swimming and diving. Mr. Davis, any comments on formats there?
Nothing's really changing here. Yeah, just when you get to the bottom of 3A, that's an old copy of this, where cut and paste. Sometimes it's not my best friend, so when it says qualifying standards are set by the golf coaches, probably not just swimming and diving. They do have timing standards that they use for qualification for that. So this is a kind of an older version. Don't know how, why I got in there. I'm sure it was my fault though. But no, nothing changes from that.
And same thing, their track and field, page 109.
Same thing here too. The golf coaches are getting rid of their heat on the set standards for the track and field as well. But no changes here.
Thank you. And 110, page 110 for boys volleyball.
No real changes here in terms of who qualifies. Boys volleyball this year, we did bring all 3 finals to one site, which did amazing simply because the fire marshal didn't bother to show up and check. Don't know that we'll do that going forward. It's a discussion that we'll have, but no change to the actual who qualifies.
Very good. Back to liaisons, also serving on the committee of board members, serving on the realignment committee. Mike Strong, anything for formats? Okay, thank you. Mr. Diamonds, anything? All right, Mr. Garzon, anything on tournament formats, sir?
No, sir, Donnie, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. All right, Mr. Bartlett, anything on tournament formats? Okay, anybody else? Again, I'm not trying to rush through this. If something jumps out, so you want to say something, please, other liaisons or board members, anything on tournament formats? Okay, we are same process, we would, Mr. Woodley, I don't know if that means you want to continue your, excellent delivery of motions and,
I will.
team effort, all right, sir, start the break.
Thank you. I'd like to approve the tournament formats for the alignment of schools for the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 school years. Item A, 3A classification, spring sports only.
Second.
Thank you. We have first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none. Anyone from the audience? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Now we will go to B for a classification.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to approve the tournament formats for the alignment of schools for the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 school years. Item B, 4A classification for spring sports only.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Any questions, comments from the audience? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Same thing, staff, just make sure one last time, no public comment, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, let's go to C, 5A classification.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to approve the tournament formats for the alignment of schools for the 2023-2024 and the 2024-2025 school years. Item C, 5A classification for spring sports only.
Thank you.
Second.
Appreciate that. Any additional questions, comments from the board? Any questions, comments from the audience? Are there any others out there? Lori, Tia? None? None? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Well, that then officially concludes the realignment committee.
All right, let's go to the other hot topic. Let's go to agenda item 18, the master activity calendar for the 23-24 school year for action, not possible action, on page 111.
All right, Donnie Nelson from the staff. What we have in place currently, pages 100, actually, I take that back, it's not totally currently in place. The majority of it on page 112, 113, and I'll make a note, state football on page 112 in just a minute. And then what we have potentially coming for consideration starts on page 117, 118, primarily with work on page 118, with regards to the spring sports season and possible amended dates. So let me give you a little bit of breakdown of what we're talking about here in this master calendar. Two parts to it. The first one is a spring sports issue, and that is the finishing dates, the concluding dates of the spring sports season. A lot of different things that have come up in the last few meetings about this. First of all, Clark County School District finals and graduations and how the overlap is with this upcoming year. Second thing is with the EDC, the Electric Daisy Carnival, and what that does to drive up room rates. The third thing is both universities, graduations, and what occupancy gets to be potentially with universities. That then conflicting with weather issues we've heard about in the north, particularly in the early season, or even during the middle of the season and losing dates and what's starting earlier may present some challenges to make up games. And then, not done yet, AP testing and how that might affect both calendars. And where we go. So again, on pages 112, 113, the season summary. Talk about the proposal, 117, 118. The first thing I want to do real quickly though is note before we get into any other kind of discussions. On page 112, look at the third to last line, the penultimate line in there, state football championships. Much discussion we have had about Allegiant Stadium and trying to combine all of our football games over a potential 2-day period, and can we guarantee that, and making some very big decisions. In consultation with Miles Hayes from the Raiders, and again, he's got a lot of people to report to. I'm just gonna be honest with you, I want to move forward with the understanding that if we ever were to get Legion Stadium or have the opportunity to consider it, and again, I'm just talking about currently tackle football with these dates, that would be something we could look at. But without that guarantee, I don't think that we shove an entire group of 7 championship games to one area without a commitment. And so what this does, it's all consistent with all sports except for basketball, which we have combined for the e-conference, talk about that later. And that we've created a division of championship sites and venues, just so, again, our 2 largest school districts in particular, but all of our school districts can understand, right, we've got to create travel. We know where these games are going to be. What venues they're not really going to be in, we don't know yet, but we know what part of the state they're going to be in. So we start working on some hotel reservations. And the 5A Division I is a Southern only football. 5A Division II, the reason that we would rotate that to the south, because in essence, that game was at Carson High School this past year. The 4A being south only, and then the 2A going back into a previous rotation, it would be a southern opportunity to rotate that way. Then we go to 5A Division III, which does include north and south together, just like the 2A, and just like the 3A, and just like the 1A, we've moved those 3 games to the north. The possibility exists strongly in the north that we will have the opportunity to consider playing in Mackey Stadium on Saturday 18th, very specific that it would be that day, and if not, it'd still be that day in the Reno area. We have the 17th and 18th listed for November, just because, and just for today, to note that the goal is to have everything on one particular day, so these people and other people can make their travel arrangements accordingly. But just as an option there. So what's going on for Legion Stadium is the Formula One races there. It's on that weekend. It's going to be a major challenge to have that opportunity to be there. It's going to take up stadium, set up and clean up what's used and around and how the course is going to go. You know, Phil Valley, the Raiders Phil Valley too. And then we thought about, well, what if we looked at going football back a week, right? To Thanksgiving, I'm just talking out freely here. Going back to Thanksgiving week, or, you know, even as recently as a couple years ago, we played that game on, you know, the first weekend in December. We tried to get off of those dates. That's not where we are for this calendar to consider those things. And even then, if we were to do that, we have no idea that the Raiders and or UNLV won't be at home also. We got excited when I first saw the schedule come out from both the professional team and the university team that, oh my gosh, Allegiant's wide open. And the Raiders said, hey, guess what? We're going to work with you. Let's get all 7 games here. Little did maybe they know, or little all that we know, that this Formula One race was developing and coming. And so the great wishes of having this opportunity just don't exist, in my opinion. So here, now maybe it comes to fruition later, maybe not. But I think it's very important that we just solve that issue with football. That's part of this master activities calendar plan with regards to, well, I'll get into part 2 here in just a minute, but let's go back to the actual dates first and the ending dates before I get into tournament sites a little bit more. I know we had Mr. Gott did some research on AP testing. I know Mr. Carlin, you have some comments perhaps on graduations and finals. Got a lot of different factors working in here. I'm just gonna open up the table. Colin, is this, to start with you?
Yeah, I was up all night. I had homework, so.
Thank you.
But just a quick point of clarification on the dates, and I might be misunderstanding, but the November 23rd, this first possible day of inter-sports contest, I believe that's Thanksgiving Day.
That's correct.
That's the way it's, okay, I just wanted to make.
So the first day of official sport practice for every season, football is a little bit of an exception because of the heat ionization, but is always on a Saturday. the genesis of that is, and I may or may not exist, just is for schools to have tryouts and cut sports on Saturday, coaches to get away on Sunday, make their decisions. Whether they use that or not, it doesn't matter, it's just been, and then the first competitive day has always been on a Thursday. So the first week of the season could be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday combination of games or tournaments. So yes, that is a Thanksgiving Thursday, that's correct.
Okay. And then I'll just give the dates for the AP exams. Okay. I'll hand it over to my second colleague. To talk a little bit about like CCSD layers. So I mean, AP exam dates are the May 6th through the 10th, and then May 13th through the 17th, with the makeup days being the 20th through the 22nd, 23rd. So obviously that's kind of an issue with. And then our CCSD calendar, our last day of school is the 20th. And so that would be, you know, final exams are that like Thursday, Friday, Monday, 16, 17. So obviously a little bit of an issue to consider. I mean, as a district, we have to figure out what we're doing, AP exams with exams layered over them, but then layering but then we did, I'll hand it over to Kevin to talk a little bit more about that.
So call one more time, so May 6th through the 10th, testing, May 13th to the 17th, second week of AP testing, makeup dates one more time, the 20th
20th
through
to the 23rd.
23rd, thank you.
Or 22nd, I'm sorry, 22nd,
22nd and 23rd,
Yeah.
okay, thank you, so note that, and then last day of school will be on the 20th, okay, okay, thank you, Mr. Parton.
Kevin Crowley, Region 4, thank you, Mr. McNaught, for doing all that research. So a couple things, I've been in communications with Mr. Barton and Gia Moore, and so where the district is at right now, and just to kind of go back to this year, where we have the conflict with final exams. And with the district's approval, we're able to give exams early, which is against district policy and standard years for athletes who qualified for state tournaments. They took exams early. We had zero conflicts. I didn't have any concerns from principals. That was resolved. So that's a non-issue. But this year, with the advanced placement test being overlapping in that window, that is an issue because we can't move that. The district is at this moment, if a student qualifies for state tournaments and their AP test overlaps with that, they would, without fees, student will take it during the makeup window. So that, which is good. It could be problematic if that school also has graduation early, and that's something I want, not necessarily for this group, but just for us to be aware of that. You know, a student may actually then have to choose between the AP exam or their own graduation ceremony, right? Like that's, so, yeah, so that's the issue there. The conflict between AP tests and exams, I think that's been resolved by what was done this year. The kids would just take it early. So overall, I think it could be resolved. I know just like we talked about, taking a week away from spring sports is just, you know, it's the last thing we want to do, but I think with these overlaps and the graduation, we might want to minimize some of the possibility of a kid having to do that AP after school gets out, which is already a problematic thing. The kids graduated and still have to take an AP test. This might be the year that we need to consider moving it up 1 week in on page 118, just to minimize conflicts as much as possible. But if it is deemed that we have to stick with the initial one, which was, you know, I'm looking on page 113, I think it can be worked out with the flexibility the district is showing. But we might, again, we don't want to make policy based on the exceptions, right? The one-off, but there could be some kids that are having a difficult situation.
I think also just worth noting, like the exams that are on, when we're talking about like the 16th, 17th, towards the end, like they're Spanish, biology, physics. So that, I mean, those are a lot of times our juniors for our sports. So that applies across the board as well. So just to consider.
Yeah, I think I'll still wait on tournament sites, but it's more just commentary on that. We're really talking about the schedule and dates. I think that's the big thing here. And it is, it's a big deal. Mr. Levitt, I'm, you know, with the 4A, 5A North, you know, we've heard from officials via kind of through the commissioners to get out those, you know, northern based spring sport commissioners and the challenges with weather, that this was an exceptional year. would never say it's normal, but we don't know what normal is anymore. So I don't know what it takes, sir.
I think, Donnie, yes, this was an exceptional year weather-wise. But that doesn't discount the fact that we typically deal with weather every year.
Yes.
At the beginning of spring sports. So this just compounds the effort. And I have a difficult time saying anything after listening to Mr. McPartland because everything he's talking about is academics and the good of the kids and what's going on in the classrooms. And so that makes this a very difficult argument because all I'm arguing is, gosh, our weather sucks up here in the springtime and it really kicks the stink out of our baseball teams and our softball teams. I mean, we had softball teams sink tractors in the middle of their infields trying to clear snow. And so once the snow melted and was gone, they had ditches in the middle of their infields. And so, I mean, everything was compounded and Ellen shared some of those numbers. And again, I don't know how relevant any of that is with respect to everything that we not lost, but had to reschedule 500 and some odd baseball and softball games, which is just huge. We had kids miss more academic time because of those rescheduling. The only places they could reschedule for, unfortunately, due to our baseball coaches organization, we've got a great relationship with the University of Nevada, and they were able to make up a lot of games on the Coley field at the university campus, which is fake grass. I mentioned the other community fields that are available that are fake grass, but they had to play those games at 11 a.m. And so now they're getting out of school at 9 a.m. to drive clear out to East Sparks to make up those games. So certainly it's a big factor. And I was talking to Tammy about how they qualify golf and they've got qualifying standards. The North does that a little bit differently. We lost our first week of golf matches and we qualify our kids in a different way. They're called Nevada Cup points, and those are all based on results that happen in each of the 6 qualifying matches. Well, I lost the qualifying match in the first season. When it came down to qualifying for regionals, it came down to 1 point between a team getting in and a team not getting in. Could that have been different had they played that additional qualifying match? Yes. So anything moving earlier is certainly going to move into a weather issue for us, potentially. Of course, it could be sunshine too, you never know. But again, listening to Kevin, I have a difficult time arguing against those needs. But certainly everybody in the North is saying, don't do this to us. And the umpires are vehemently opposed. Chris Ely had hoped to be here today to speak on the matter. Not just Northern Nevada 5A, but our 3A. He talks about Eastern Nevada as well in terms of the baseball and softball umpires and the difficulty that earlier start date would be for them. But again, it is what it is, I think.
Thank you. And I just want to set up just a history on the master activities schedule. So the NFHS are our governing body. They have what's called a count week. And so every 10 years, they produce a week 1, week, whatever, through, and every state association basically adopts a starting week, an ending week. So we actually have it. So all this is based on that. We did make an exception a couple of years ago, is that we were going to, in essence, hybrid the count week a little bit, because every 6 or 7 years, the count week would put us finishing on Memorial Day weekend. And we found out that travel and room availabilities and fee costs went through the roof. And so we have amended our calendar to say our new count week ending is always the weekend before Memorial Day weekend. Well, obviously that still put us onto other events, and we still deal with, right, university graduations, we still deal with EDC, and there's a lot of factors into it. This is a board issue, and I'm sorry, it's gonna have to be done at this level, and for all you to tell us, hey, NIA staff, this is what our master calendar is, and for this year, or it is a year by year basis. That's what we deal with, right? We've got academic challenges, where a district has chosen to end its season, and we've got weather challenges. I mean, they've already been said. I don't have any guidance for this board as to where to go, because it doesn't, we'll operate as a staff, whatever you tell us to end things. Where you start things. So again, you've got page 113 is the end, and then page 118 is the end. And that's really before I even get into tournament sites, you know, 'cause that's just more, makes it more commentary later on. I've already started that conversation. It's really about what, you know, where do we end? So, where do we start spring season, where do we end?
Well, if I may, North, and I think the other issue that I didn't bring up, and I think this is a bigger factor for even the smaller schools. That additional week of overlap between winter sports and spring sports and limited numbers of athletes. And I know even in our schools, we're certainly not as big as a lot of the schools in the south. But our largest school, I think, is 2,400 kids at Spanish Springs. And you're still sharing athletes from that basketball team and that wrestling team that are gonna go out and play baseball or run track. Your wrestlers or your throwers, they're the same kids. And so I think that's a factor as well, that additional week of overlap. And I would think that, beyond my own selfishness as the representative for 5A, that becomes an even bigger issue in our 3A schools, 2A schools, and 1A schools in the north and the east.
Yeah, and thank you. So that what you're referencing real quick is page 118. The first missing date for spring sports in option B would actually be as February 10th. First possible day for spring sports contest would be February 22nd. And then you see where state wrestling ends on February 17th. So this would be a week before that, where state basketball ends on 23rd, 24th, it'd be 2 weeks before that. And the first visit contest date of spring sports would actually be during state basketball tournament. So that is a little challenging for other schools to get started.
Quick comment on, quick question, this is maybe a dumb question. So,
No dumb questions.
Well, sometimes there are. Is there a conversation or is there a reason why we wouldn't to address the concern that was brought up, pushing the whole calendar all the way back? Like, I'm just curious why we.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, Diana's from the staff. We have talked multiple times in previous meetings dating back many years. Why won't we just go finish in June, right? Let's get past everybody's finals and graduations. One of the challenges that the way our state is set up compared to other states around the country, our finals process and graduation process is spread out really over 4.5 weeks. It's a very long time from when Clark County finishes to when Washoe County just finished their last day of construction yesterday. And they're just starting graduations tonight.
Sorry, my question is the other way.
Yeah, moving it back.
Oh, starting in August
Yeah,
already?
I made it back in time.
It's gonna be starting in July.
Yeah, no, that conversation has really never surfaced. Sorry, I misinterpreted the question. My apologies. That has really never happened because of when school starts and not starting sports too earlier compared to when the school year starts. And not getting into not that we don't have heat in August and September in certain parts of the state, but not even being engaged in more heat at the peak of heat in the summertime in July. So now, can we consider that?
Yeah.
Sure, we can always consider anything if we want to. Again, we're talking about amendments to a master calendar for maybe 1 year, maybe it sets a precedent for future years, maybe not. I have no idea if schools want to say, hey, yeah, let's get our coaches out there and, you know, I guess if we moved it back, I'm just, for example, 1 or 2 weeks. First, heat acclimatization football, because instead of July 30th would become in essence July 23rd or possibly earlier, depending on how far we move it back. I don't know if schools want to get into the building earlier to clear student athletes. That far in advance, when typically in contracted days, those athletic secretaries and directors don't start that soon. You know, that puts it on the job order. I don't know. It's a great question. I don't have an answer. I'm trying to argue.
Right, for sure. I mean, our level of employees are that, so, like, you know, I'm just to the point of like, it's a 1 week pushback in the spring, so I would just be curious to see what that would look like, a 1 week pushback across the board. I mean, yes, that would put our first football competition the Friday before school starts. Sure. I'm not sure.
We've done that.
Which that has occurred before, but also understand. Fall schedules are.
I understand Tim's not thrilled wherever he is.
He's listening, but I don't, it's not just I assume that the schedules are finished for North too, right, Bob? The fall schedules, statewide, the 1A, 2A, the fall schedules are finished. Wait, yeah, Jim.
I just wanted to say, like, that's a great question, but it doesn't change what would have to happen in the spring anyway, so we might as well just right? We're fine with everything else for the spring. Even if we started it earlier in the summer, it still doesn't change anything what we're discussing here today, so we might as well just.
The spring is the.
Changing the smallest part instead of talking about changing everything back a week. We don't have to do that right now to solve our problem.
Mr. McPartland.
So I think what Tom's referring to is even if we left fall, because it's set, but reduce winter by 1 week. It's winter sports in 1 week, that way there's not the overlap, but we're still be able to push it. That's what you're. The move.
Well, I mean, initially I was saying about.
No, he was saying the whole thing. He was saying with the whole.
Just throwing out there that like, why is it only spring sports that would have to kind of budge here?
Because page 18 already moves it back a week into the winter season. 118 already does that.
Right.
And
It doesn't move the rest of it.
to move the rest of it back is too late right now. We would have had to have done this 5 months ago. Because 95% of the fall schedule for next year all set out. So it would just, that would probably be more disruptive.
Right,
I really think that we have two choices.
yeah,
And these are the only two choices that we have just for the 1 year. And the sooner we make it, so that schools they can bitch all they want, but the reality here, as soon as we make that decision, people just have to adjust and we just have to move forward.
Yeah.
But I think we need, yeah, and I agree, and I think we need to be cognizant of schedules, because I know, Bob, you can answer this too, 182. Where are you in the process of your winter schedule?
Our winter schedules are done and approved.
Yeah,
The only thing we have to do is spring schedules because.
right. Same thing, I would believe in the south. 182A probably the same.
Our winter schedules.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, okay, well, we can back our schedules up, then I went, hold it, that's gonna blow the minds of football coaches who are in contracts to play all those early season cross state line games and things like that, so.
And the fall coaches are already committed to tournaments, winter right now, coaches are already committed to tournaments. And that just, I mean, it seems simple, but it's massive.
And guys and staff, just again, and we don't have that for presentation here in the packet. I would hate to do something that we just have people to see it in advance. Not that we can't talk about that in the future, even the 24, 25. Or that matter, probably 2 years ago.
But I believe that we need to come to, we need to have a calendar today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No problem.
I got planned state travel, either way, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin problem before. So I think, to try to problem solve where we don't, affect the north that has some issues. As we start scheduling graduation, right? This is gonna sound like an awful thing to say. But we make our own schedule for graduation, and we kind of know some of the teams that most likely aren't gonna be competing in state championship level things. So there is something that we can do with Grim's office and Bart, that just some schools that you're gonna have to be the 22nd, 24th, because Centennial can't be on those days, because likely they're gonna be in at least one of those states, like that's the tradition. So that's something, there's something that we can do to relieve some of the potential conflicts. I think the thing we have to keep in mind is that when we're talking about the state championship week, we're only talking about less than 20% of the schools in the state. The other 80% are not impacted, are not being affected by what's going on.
You are because of track and swimming being individual sports. And that does kind of create the problem where you have a lot more schools. Think of traditional championships in baseball and softball.
Yeah.
Very light on those, but you could have pretty much every school in the state represented. Track.
Yeah, but you're talking 1 or 2 kids.
In some cases.
In some cases, 1 or 2 kids instead of the programs. So, our decision today needs to be based on the least amount of kids impacted that are playing sports. If we can look and find what that number is. Because we only have 2 options, people. We can't come up with new options today. We have page 13 and page 18.
Yeah, I think, you can look at this bubble that by the north, from both ends. There's the end of the season issue that involves kids and classroom time and graduations and finals and AP testing and all those pieces. And then on the other hand, you've got the beginning of the season issue, which is more of a north problem and an eastern Nevada problem for the smaller schools. And those issues are, if you extrapolate that out, we have bad weather, we don't get our days in, we don't get our number of days in that we need to have in before we can start playing games. And so, yeah, now we've got a schedule that's approved, but we can't play the schedule because we're changing everything because everything starts getting backed up. It's just like we experienced, we had some thunderstorms at the end of the season. Not only did we get a horrible start, we had a horrible finish this year in the north and started losing games due to lightning and thunder and everything else during our regional weeks. And that impacted everything. We saw how that went all the way to having umpires to call games. So
Hey, Ron, ask you, what would Washoe County, this is go for any district, what would Washoe County do if AP second week of testing being the 13th through the 17th? Is Washoe, and I know you probably can't answer this question, would Washoe County also be able to allow makeups on the 22nd, 23rd? Because that does, you know, you're talking about 16, 17, 18, the travel day of the 16th, or in case of baseball and soccer, if they tournaments. And again, I know it's AP testing, I just want to make sure that we don't hear that.
The thing about it is just that the kids that are involved would have to make that adjustment to retake the test, to reschedule the test themselves. We don't know who those people are. In the district, we say it can be up to site based on how they're gonna handle their athletes with regards to taking that test on the makeup day instead of the state that is scheduled. I think what we need to do is just come up, you know, I think they're gonna respond to what we come up. If we come up with Schedule A, then they'll make their adjustments. If we come up with Schedule B, those kids and those people will make those adjustments.
I'm sorry, that's okay. I'm just trying to we had a lot of discussions, clarify my head. So the problem with Schedule A is on 112, 113 is the weather and the overlapping week.
For the north, yes.
For the north.
For the rest of the state.
did you say on page 118?
Yeah, or option A.
112.
Well, we've got an approved schedule. We've got the schedule the calendar that's currently approved, which is on page 112, 113, and then we've got a proposed change.
Oh, okay.
118.
Okay,
So the proposed change with all the yellow on
Okay,
118.
I'm
is the
saying
schedule
it
that backs
incorrectly,
up
but-
the start date to the 10th of February.
right. I'm just trying to understand the difference, but okay, but the second schedule that the proposed change solves the testing. Does it solve the academic? Reduces it. What is the other problem again? Can you remind me? When are finals?
Finals are the 16th, 17th, and 20th.
So they would be after this.
Yes, this
Is AP testing after this as well?
AP testing is the 6th through the 17th, with makeups being after school is out for that kind of school.
There's no way.
Yeah, I know. My son is a three-sport, well, he was a three-sport, I think, he decided he didn't want to play basketball anymore. So some stuff I'm kind of like, okay, well, coaches will put up, if your kids get that, you know, I understand you might need kids to play, but if they're active, that overlapping week, I'm not concerned about it. I'm like, I don't know, it's mom and me where I'm always like, school first, love sports, but it doesn't fix. Because weather, we might have weather regardless of.
Well, we're gonna have weather.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the weather is like, I'm sympathetic, I don't wanna sound unsympathetic to it, but we could go with the most ideal schedule, it'll still reject.
But it's beyond weather too. When you start representing the small schools whose kids play both sports and now they're still playing basketball and can't go and aren't available to go out and play baseball. If we're moving the start date for that spring season.
It's just practice though, right? There's probably not any games at first week. Oh, is it? Okay.
I'll go to Mike and then Tammy.
Mike Strong, 1A liaison. Yeah, the impact of moving the spring season up, yeah, and I've said this many times, it's always spring season that seems to get messed over at the end. So I talked to my spring coaches. They're the ones who, the season's short to begin with, because you're already at the spring break. Right, and the other things that happen within the spring season, it's already a short season. And what you will do to several schools, by moving it up, you just now lost another week of that season, at a minimum, to 2, because now those kids are not gonna get to participate. Especially the schools that have been successful and make it to a state tournament in basketball. Or those kids who, usually wrestling, I think it's a week before, so they're taken care of. But basketball season still goes, so those kids and those programs end up starting, they lose another week as well. The weather issue, you know, when you look at it, when you look at central Nevada, and you look at eastern Nevada, you know, and northern Nevada, which encompasses most all of our schools, you know, are definitely going to be impacted. We had White Pine come down to practice. They drove to practice to our field in Alamo because there's too much snow there. They can't even get on a field, and there isn't a luxury of having a turf field so far. And so, you know, people bounced all over, but to move it up, it definitely had an impact on the entire state. If that is what the board chooses.
Tammy and then Lori,
So I think
and then Colin.
mine's kind of more of a. Because I know Nevada's not the only one in this situation. Like other states have weather and have early start time. What do they do?
Well, Wyoming doesn't have baseball and softball, so.
Like I know I'm from Colorado.
Yeah.
We started early and ended early. And so, yeah, sometimes we were playing in snow.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other states, now they might not have the same dynamic we have where they're so split with weather.
That's the biggest.
That's the biggest issue, but I know, like I said, I know I started early August in Colorado with a ton of snow, and sometimes we played in snow, sometimes we didn't. You never knew. So, and I guess my other comment is more like, I look at her as the parent side of me too, is the academic is hard to say, we'll just figure it out. Because sometimes you're making kids decide between attending their graduation and attending their state championship game, or taking that AP test, and we don't know how many kids it affects, honestly. Like I can tell you, at Legacy, a lot of my AP kids are athletes, may not be the same at somewhere else. We may not be competing for a title. We can't actually say how many it's exactly going to affect, but the academic side has to be. It's huge.
Lori and then Colin, I believe.
So, Haley, I'm gonna put you on the spot. We're talking as adults and what is gonna affect kids. How do you feel about this one?
Well, for me, I feel comfortable knowing that my academics are good rather than sports. Just feel like I know you're strong. So I'd say to go with knowing that my academics are good rather than putting sports first.
Did you play a spring sport?
I play soccer.
Colin and then, Ryan.
I think what's like top of mind for me on, I'll call them down, sorry, is like the point is well taken about using moving up the spring season impacts lots of kids in the sense of like, especially those who play multiple sports. I mean, that's also a problem in the larger schools too, right? So I think like my suggestion of moving things up, I understand it's hard for adults, but I wonder like it's good for kids potentially, right? And I'm not saying throw the calendar out and do that. I just wanted to make that point of like, to the point of our student voice and all that, like academics being first. It's hard for adults. I love Tim, but good for kids. It's something that I think we should still keep on the table. With that being said, though, I think, you know, we definitely like from the south side are it's top of mind for us. What Mr. Strong is talking about. So I think we're starting to like kind of lean towards the first calendar, at least I am a little bit, just because I agree, like spring sports always gets the last of everything, always things change for spring sports. And so just throwing that out there that I don't know that we should make decisions necessarily because they're hard for adults. Adults can figure it out.
Rayanne and then Lori and then Sean.
The more I look at it, I'm still leaning towards the original calendar. I just fear starting spring sports too early, then you're going to have all of these makeup games. Trying to get kids to squish all of that in along with their other academic work that they have at the end of the school year. In the weather for the north, I really like the original calendar. Stick with it.
Tori and then Sean.
So I've always been very vocal about their students first, student athlete. And I see less of an issue with the makeup or making up the games isn't really an issue for the North. I think the bigger issue is that when you do that, you're taking the kids out of the classroom. And so they're missing that instruction. And on the other end, I see the overlap with the graduation finals and AP testing, but there's options for the kids to do. They can take it before, they can take it after. So I think it pulls them actually out of the classroom less.
Sean?
So Simon's 2A liaison, I agree with several people in the room. I like Kevin's ideas about, I like Rollins' ideas about, we should put the count, we should do it, and then people work around us. But I like Mr. McFarland's idea about, as it's winding down the spring, you can kind of see who, CCSD's always been good about taking their finals early, as long as you give them plenty of notice, principals don't. You kind of see who's going to be in certain state team sports, individual sports. I think the kids, students, parents, I think they can work around it. In our school district, we're on a 4-day school week, we've been on that forever. Where we minimize this class time. Every year, there might be a parent that comes to the school board meeting and says, I can't believe these kids are playing a baseball game on a Tuesday night or a softball game on Tuesday night. You're supposed to play them on Fridays and Saturdays. And we point, Mr. Strong can attest to the multiple state academic team championships that our respective schools earn, because 95% of your student athletes, again, I'm a fan of student athlete first, are the ones that are motivated, that are going to work around their sports schedule, their academic schedule. They're going to be motivated to do it. I just think that, I'm not a voting member, but I just think the first calendar is the option, because I feel for Clark County School District, but at the same time, for what it do to the whole state, the second calendar would just be okay.
Portland and so.
I was just a comment on that, and thank you, is the graduation schedule will need to be done before spring sports starts. We will go off of like the rubric points and traditional hours that we've already had. We won't be able to say like, hey, we're in the league and here's who's looking good this year. It'll be made with what we have, the data we have now.
Well, let me just tell you right now, I'm texting the staff to see when the schedule's finalized.
Usually it's January.
But that's when it goes public, but I mean, it's put together.
Sounds like we have a possibility to motion. One will die.
Fran and then Bars.
I'd say I motion to keep option A calendar.
Okay, we can do that, and we'll get into it in a second, then we'll get back into comment.
Second.
Okay, who was second? Wait, okay, Mr. Davis.
Not for a long list. I'm good now.
In the background of this, Colin, maybe if you can do a quick check, it's just for information, it's nothing to do with right here, but I'm curious to know what the first Monday is in May for 2025. Because the AP testing always, right, was the first first 2 full weeks of May. And I realized May 6th isn't equal to the first full week, which is why it was 6th through 10th and the 10th through the 13th.
First Monday in May 2025.
So next year, it'll be, just so I know that, as we look at 24, 25 calendar.
Essentially the same.
Yeah, same, right, exactly, exactly what I'm going back to drawing board. Okay. Anyway, all right, we have a motion, we have a second.
Okay, hang on,
Yeah.
just let you know that, the graduation, is really determined back in December. The girls, I mean, yeah. Yeah, yeah, our graduation, yeah. Calendar.
Okay, back to first discussion. Yeah, we do.
Can I ask a question? Kevin, did you say that that the kids can take their finals early?
They can take
I
final
thought
exams early, like they did this year, but they can't take AP tests early, they'll take them late. May 22nd to 24th, school's over May 20th.
Okay.
And then, yeah. So
I was
this
just
is,
trying to remember that, because I thought my son.
I mean, yes, I think
couldn't
there-
take it early.
we would be able to move tests off of game days, regardless of which test it is on that day.
And then the South is traveling next year for track, right? So like this past year, we had it south,
Yes.
and then we're moving all of these kids up north next year, so.
For 5 a.m.
Okay, we have a first and a second for, option, we'll call it option one. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Linda Cavazos. Ron Gerzon. Matt Hyde.
Aye.
Deanna Riddle.
Nay.
Fran Swanson. Aye. Manuela Strong. Alex Lizzie. Aye. Pamela Slum. Colin Stallworth. So it passes 6.
So pages 112 and 113, measuring. That's calendar is done. We got, last part of this agenda item then was about improvement sites, and again, it was save some commentary for later on. We already talked about beaches and where we're going now with football. I just love to see. Hired. While this year. I think we have some foresight. Thank you, Scott. I'll try to correct some different options.
And negative understands. They're the longest sports that we have any. They lost back into their sport instead of messing. Well, Don, when we went to this realignment cycle that we just finishing up after the last 2 years, wasn't that all season stretched a week because of the size of some of the leagues that we ended up south just to play their schedules? So wasn't that fall season stretched? I know tennis is the best in the world. All of a sudden we had this extra week in the tennis season. But we had to figure out what are we gonna do with all this extra time when we got 8 teams.
I want to make sure we don't get too far out of the agenda item, but it's tennis, specifically got an extra week, to give them an extra week, but it got, did that work got extended? The general weeks between fall, winter, and spring seasons are actually found, there's a different calendar that I work on. Master County calendar, it shows 12 weeks this sport, 12 weeks this sport. Winter sports season has the same number of weeks. Tournaments went on. So it's not quite true that there's one season. They could, but I'll bring back a variety of options in September. We haven't, okay, back to, real quick, just again, a comment about tournament sites that, we're gonna work off the base of, because of all that transpired with a few different sports this year. Off the base of, we've got dates set. We're gonna start searching around for high schools and host sites. We know we have state basketball, for example, at all our events through this year. There's some, we've done that on a traditional basis, where we're trying out the Mountain West County. Not that we can't still do that in relation to the state athletic directors conference, for all other sports. We set up stuff, high school sites, and everybody knows this is the philosophy association. And then we happen to get the opportunity to go to a better site on that particular day without changing a master schedule calendar. I think that's a good philosophy we need to operate on. And that goes to like football too. This is where we're going to be. This is the best facility we have available as of today that people want to go to. And if something better comes up at some point leading into that championship game, again, without changing dates or anything like that, then I think we can. So that's where we're going to work on. Try to avoid a lot of different issues we have with facilities and sites this year. When we start talking about different sports, that's what it's. Barbara, you want to say that?
I speak up.
Sites.
That's how we got really creative across.
Right.
All right, seeking now go to page 119, Concom survey, possible action.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry.
Stop. I just. Well. Yeah, these are right on page 113, based on articles, information, right, based on the alignments. I think we have the locations of these things. Yeah. Right, based on locations. Yeah, right. And the guidance from staff, no, there isn't, because it's built on a rotation to balance out school funds and how much money to spend. 1 year, it's in a 2-year block, so. The way it happens to work out, I know exactly where I'm talking here, is that this group of schools will go south next year, which is trying to do 5 and 3 2. Listen, be in the north, first year, side, and south, and central, side, is that. What you're getting at, is that switch to the south, and switch, maybe sport, have a routine back the other direction next year? I don't know if we can do that, number one, it's not presented that way, number two, I don't know if we're not gonna be the same situation next year, then just play the travel issue for next year. Exactly, so maybe just let this ride out and solve some issues, and I would just hate to see it right in the class. That was just. We can't be going to. Change. Kids.
Well, I'll tell you what's more consideration. You know, I still don't understand why it's 2 days that one day and then spend on the other. We made that change, one kid that's family. Years. That's like, swimming in the other. And I know we've had that. That's it. For us, 6 kids. Elementary was 73 days.
And some while ran a few times, if you don't mind, if you'd like to do that, I think we should stop it. But I think you guys see some things that might be beneficial to the strategy. But you might always do that set lines. You don't mind? Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe, there's layers to learn, like, we had this conversation. I think there maybe some exceptions. So I understand.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're down.
Might be. In the.
See, it's.
We could just do. I think we put 19. then let's just, all right, let's. Let's, you know, make sure we get it complete, kind of an hour. Well. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out 2021 before we get into recess. Yeah, I don't know that.
Supposed to stay on the agenda?
Yeah.
That's discussion with the agenda.
Yeah.
All right,
so
let's have lunch and
recess until noon.
Till noon.
We'll roll, we'll do that at night. Okay, recess, lunch in there, let's get after it.
everybody, we're back in session. Mr. Gerzon, are you there? Not, Mr. Hyde, are you there?
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we're gonna go to agenda item number 19 on page 119. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. We're gonna read a public comment first, and then I'll get into this will be a brief item today, but I'll explain where we're going with this in the future. But with that said, just wonder if you would read the public comment, please.
This is Pablo Navarran. Dear Donnie, for high school games either have low scoring games or they hold the ball too long to get the win. Both of these are causing a decrease in attendance for games. The NIAA is decreasing the revenue and decreasing the popularity of high school basketball. It is no surprise that the top two Oklahoma high school boys basketball teams ended their game with a combined score of 6 points. Nevada and Oklahoma do not have a shot clock, and more teams are using stall ball strategy to run the clock until the end of the quarter, if not the game. One team is holding the ball for 7 minutes straight. Many student sections from both sides of the gym either take a nap or leave the game early. Another between Elko and Somerset Losi, Somerset holds the ball more frequently than Elko does, which limits Elko's time to score, and many fans are upset about it. Many Northern Nevada basketball teams are losing state semifinals and finals every year due to no shot clock, and many teams are holding the ball too long. NIAA needs a shot clock for 5A, 4A, and 3A teams only, and I know that many smaller school districts don't have enough money to install a shot clock as larger school districts like Washoe County School District and Clark County School District. NIAA can afford to have no shot clock policy as many of the attendants are dipping, less entertainment with high school games, decreasing participation rate for student athletes, and declining budget allocation and revenue stream. Nearby states who have a shot clock are increasing in popularity, more scoring, more entertainment for fans, students, and alumni. I will ask you to please pass agenda item number 26 to install a shot clock for a better, more competitive game, increase the participation rate for student athletes, and increase the revenue streams for the NIAA. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact me at sincerely Pablo Navarran, Washoe County School District Athletic Coordinator.
Thank you there. Donnie Nelson from the staff. We brought this back as possible action. We discussed this in our last board meeting. I presented you with some verbal reports of what other states around us are doing with the implementation of a shot clock. I can do that again if you'd like to know. I also presented some survey results, very preliminary from our membership with regards to, do we want a shot clock? Yes or no? Boys basketball, girls basketball, separate votes. Gave you those votes. It was on the boys side, 83 to 20 in favor. On the girls side, 81 to 22 in favor. But again, that was just a very general question. We didn't get into the details of how much the equipment, the installation, all that would cost per school, per district. We didn't get into the implementation of a timeline. It was just a very general starting point. I was hoping to come back to you today with some more information about the positives and negatives of what other states around us are seeing, because most states around us are a year ahead of us. What we have is an actual item in our national summer meeting here in a couple of weeks about this, and I'm going to get the opportunity to engage with my colleagues, not just around our section 7-8 area, but around the entire country. And it's something I put on the agenda to learn that, so I can come back to us in September and give us a real understanding of what this is all about. Again, the National Federation rule book for basketball permits use of a shot clock, 35 seconds. Mr. Fitzsimons has already experienced it in some other places. Some of our schools have too. You know, the details of the reset time, you know, in a kickball or something going back to 20 seconds. All those details have been worked out by other states in advance. We would probably look to adopt it. Anyway, long story short is going to bring you back feedback from other states, what they have said, where they've gone. If I were to venture a guess right now about implementation, if we were even go there, right? Again, we talk about a lot of expenses that schools and districts need to do some research on first. If I were to guess an implementation timeline, I'd probably say if we came back in September and we said, hey, we're going to bless this as a trial for the 23-24 season to a very minimal degree. School, somebody you want to ask us to host it and to use it for a tournament. If you even have that equipment, we probably bless that and say, give us some data, some feedback on what violations did we have. Who did you have running the clock? Did you pay somebody? Did you have a student do it? Did you encounter problems depending on who ran it? How did the interaction go between coaches and officials? So a very limited capacity trial period. I would also then venture to guess the second year of our realignment cycle, 24-25 would be another trial period, where on a grander scale, tournaments and schools could use it for non-league games, non-state qualifying games. So just give basically schools possibly a 2-year implementation period. And again, ultimately, I think if we were to go this direction and financially made sense for us, and our schools thought it was worth value from the game, then we'd probably be looking for an implementation of an actual shot clock for league games, postseason, the whole kit and caboodle, probably 25, 26 to start the next realignment cycle. I also wanted to look at, as I reported to you last time, other states, most of them have gone across the board for classifications, but not all of them did. Some of them said, we're not using it at this level or this level, we use for all other levels. But there was a trial and error period in year 1 for some states around us. So does anybody have any questions about what other states are using around us, or just wait till I come back in September and then we'll go from there? What's the desire of the group here?
Yeah, we'll wait, because I think we already had.
Same report I gave you last time. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. That's all I got.
I just think too that as we go forward, it will be costly. I know I've shared with the board that a quote that I received from a company that we use, for one system, one gym is about almost 5,000. That's just one gym. And then there's the installation fee. And then also we have to talk about the official fee that's associated with that. Because if we're not putting a kid responsible for that shot clock, or even an adult, I think we need to have an official, and that's another paid position. So there's a huge, I'm all for it. I've been, I think, a long time coming, but there's a huge cost factor too. Yeah.
But I have a question regarding that. I'm assuming there's 2 different prices for the ones that are on the floor, for one on each end, for the ones that actually go up on the wall.
The quote that I have is, it says, basket shot clock, backboard lights, wireless controller, or standalone in the controller. So I assume that's the one that goes around. Yeah. And I think that would be something the NIAA would, okay, here's the specification. These are the ones that are permitted. Maybe that's a conversation.
Not court level,
For
because
you
that's
to have-
the issues. So
Yeah. So, yeah, and I think it's time. Just gotta give me some advance notice so I can,
I'm gonna ask you that question in a minute after we get.
yes. Kevin,
Kevin probably your report. I think I'm with you. Like, I think it's coming, it's time, it's a good thing. We just have to make sure that we're looking at this through, an equity lens with everything, right? We can't have something that some schools can't afford, or some districts can't afford, or some levels can't, exactly. Because I know the first quote we had, we're like, oh, this is super affordable, but it sits on the floor, right? We can't have a school. So I just want to make sure that we're taking care of all kids at all levels.
wait, did you
Yeah,
have
could we, as we move forward with this, could we have our liaisons go back to each of their leagues to talk about it with them and do some polling or whatnot to get how that would affect the 1A, the 2A, the 3A, and those schools, so we can get that data and see what their thoughts and feelings are from each league standpoint. Because if we go to this, obviously, we might go. There's a possibility of going in one league and not another league. Just for cost.
All preseason meetings, put that on our team.
Well,
Colin, not, again, forgive me, I've not been part of this conversation until now, so if I ask a question, sorry, that's something that has already been addressed. Johnny, and Mr. Nelson, on that interest survey, I'm just curious if that data is aggregated at all by like region or a 5A, is it common throughout? Is there particular areas that are not super filled about? Just curious.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McNaught. Yeah, so the percentage of basically around 80% in favor, again, 83-20, 81-22 in terms of boys votes, girls votes, those went to the athletic administrators. So it was an actual school vote, not just done by coaches, so they could understand the magnitude of something of a rural implementation. And then in just doing analysis, not broken down for presentation by region or by league, but just in a visual, if I were to do it, it's consistent across the board, about that 80% in favor of it. whether it be for girls basketball, both in totality, but even by region, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, and 5A. Boys and girls, all those 10 different components, it's an 80-20, it's across the board even.
Okay.
No, great question.
Thank you. Second question, we talked about the other states. It sounds like there's like a document I could look at to see what other states are doing. But I'm assuming the conversation is that an official will have to run this, right? Like, or is.
We don't want a game, we don't want a Gorman and Arborview basketball game.
Yeah.
And it's just, and you have a kid.
Yeah.
Running the clock, or even you have a school personnel running the clock,
Right. So I
but
think my
we have a
point-
score and a timer, that's the way.
Right, so my point is that I believe that it has to be an official, right? So then my question then moves to Jay on like, have we explored what that cost is now? Because that's a whole nother cost that is ongoing. Right?
Right.
And I'm just curious, like, what that cost would look like as a school district.
I would say, just to throw a figure out, that I would feel comfortable with paying somebody $40 to run the shot clock per game.
So times,
I can-
times, like that's a significant
Yeah,
layer of the budget.
yeah, Paul, I can help answer that question for you. With what other states have done, they have not mandated that a sanctioned or a certified game contest official runs it. These are the same types of people in other states that we found, and we'll find other parts around our state. The people who run the scoreboard, they're not officials. They are adults endorsed by that school to do that, and whether they pay them a stipend of $25 to $40 a game for that kind of person, or they say. Right, so I don't know, we wouldn't put that stipulation on it because those officials in the NIAA and the CSNO that may or may not exist, or the NN, SNOA, I don't know if those numbers will exist for this kind of person, so I don't believe we would put that stipulation on there. I don't think our schools could, I don't think our officialization could handle it.
I don't know if you wanna put that on the school, that just,
Yeah, I worry.
like, I
about-
don't know if you want Sean to be on the shot clock.
I'm coaching, so.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
I'll yell at the Sean.
You had a question, go ahead.
Sean Simons to a liaison, couple of things. I agree with Mr. Nelson's recommendation for the 2 years. As a small school, you tell me I have 2 years to help budget for this cost. That would help 2A and 3A and 1A. Sometimes we have to recondition football helmets. If anyone's ever been around that, sometimes that's a $4,000 to $7,000 hit. And you have to budget. So I like the idea of at least kind of, hey, it's coming, but 2 years we can budget for that. Also in Utah, they did it last year, and talking to my friends in Utah. Their state association originally said they'd also have to install 2 shot clocks and then have a backup system in case that one goes out. Well, they realized that now they do that for regional and playoff stuff, because who can afford another backup system? And as long as it didn't affect league standings, I mean, if it goes out, it goes out. As far as electronic, if it's a malfunction, you can reschedule. That's something to think about as our state moves forward. And the last thing I was going to say was, yes, in Lincoln County, we pay our people with concession stand food, and I don't feel comfortable having a student do it, but somebody who's basketball savvy, a retired coach or some sort, like Mr. Strong or something, he can come run my shot clock any day. And he wasn't going up to Hawaii, but usually somebody with a basketball background that could run it, in the rural schools anyway, I think that'd be more than good.
If we have a separate official that does it for football, don't the officials already say set the clock at this or that? You know,
We have officials at an SNOA
but I'm saying like
auxiliary.
they tell someone upstairs to do it, right? Like it's not an actual official that's running it,
Yeah, it's-
is it? Oh, okay, just asking.
So there's a little bit of different what you're talking about, because we have clock operators, scoreboard operators. But in football, we do not have a play clock operator. A shot clock is kind of like that, but an extension of the actual game process, more so that it's shown. Whereas we don't show play clocks in football anywhere. In fact, we like when the Legion say, like, hey, you want to run the play clock? We say, no, just leave it off and turn it blank. So, right, and we have an area that uses officials as scorers and timers within their contest. That's within the SNOA, but otherwise around the state, we don't have scores and timers for other officials organizations working at our schools, as Sean just said. So, right, it's a little microcosm of everything in our states, and, so again, who those people would be, well, yeah, I think we have to probably go to an adult. You know,
Great.
that's 18 and older, what does that mean, at least a graduated student, maybe, that's how we specify, I'll find out some of those intricate details in a pretty good agenda item here in a couple of weeks. So, if you don't mind, I just had a question here, how much time, and I'm just speaking specifically to Clark County, but could be to Washoe County, to Elko County, not anybody. How much time would you need to say, okay, this got implemented, now we need to order and install? Is September of this coming year, our first board meeting for next cycle, is that enough time to say, we're going to go forward with this, if we do or don't? And then for full implementation in 25, 26, right down. Is that enough time to do it? Yeah.
Within the following year, potentially, yes, because I would have to ask for additional funds. We would need to know what the whole dynamics looks like. We would have to work with the company, but then again, we would need the NIAA to give us the specifics of what is permitted. Because based on other things that have gone up, I'm asking for a considerable amount of money for next year, as I know Rollins is too.
We really need to get going on in September. That's what I mean. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
You good? All right, let's go to item number 20, the drug, alcohol, and tobacco policy for possible action on page 120. Lori Love.
I'm just gonna have to run the screen for the YouTube at the same time right now. So the drug, alcohol, tobacco, and drug policy. There's no change to the actual to the section. It's still the same policy, but what we had to do was go in and just clean up the language. A lot of it was outdated. You can go through it. Anything that is red with a strike through is something we're proposing to delete. If it's red without that, that's how the policy was presented. Anything blue italic is being added just to clean some language.
So the violation process and all of that, for first offense, second offense, third offense, all of that's the same.
All of that is the same.
Okay, so this is just some
Yeah.
cleaning up the verbiage in here.
Yeah, if you go to page 124, you'll see, I get calls all the time from parents. I never saw the PowerPoint presentation. And it doesn't exist anymore. We don't have it. There's a video the NIAA used to have that's outdated, so we took that as the language about the video out of here. The NRS about drug and alcohol has changed. And so if you go to the next page 125, you'll see we took out the old NRS and put in the new. And one of the biggest changes of it is they changed the age from 18 to 21. So it was just cleaning up the language, updating it so it was.
This is a long time coming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, if you read through it, there's just certain things just to clean it up, and there were some words missing in some. And I know we took out the affiliate for a lot of it because it would say member school or affiliate school. Or affiliate schools are member schools, so we're just kind of cleaning up our language.
Thank you.
Wade Folsom, Region 3, just a question, is this, because it's a policy and I see there's a lot of NRS in there, is this something that has to go to LCB to be rewritten in any way? This is something that we could just do? Correct. Okay.
Because the regulations are that exist.
With that, I'll make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
I'm dealing with this in the district right now in the case. Is it written in here? I haven't read the whole thing yet. it's written in here that a kid is a freshman who, played a sport. Let's say play basketball. As a freshman, after basketball season, had a drug offense during the spring season, but didn't play a spring sport. But he signed the contract as a winter sport athlete. The kid doesn't play any sport his sophomore year and goes out for football his junior year. Does he have to do the one first offense?
The way the policy is written, it's, they have to serve it in a sport they've rostered in, so he would be eligible.
He would be eligible for football, but he only has to serve the penalty. Would he have to serve the penalty during football?
No, the way the policy is written, it says they serve the penalty in sport.
So he could play, but if he went out for basketball the following season,
Yeah.
he would have to sit out the first 3 weeks or do the whole policy process here. So it's only the sport they lost.
And that's been a discussion at previous meetings when we brought it up, and how do you balance it so they don't go for a sport and say, okay, I'll serve my 6 weeks and quit.
Yeah, I know the reason behind that. I just want to make sure that's up in the air. Okay, thank you. That was
Yes.
hypothetical situation there.
Mr. McCarthy.
Kevin, about full back something, just have a question. I know before COVID, we had some schools that were doing voluntary testing, but there wasn't penalties with it. Do we have any schools that are doing drug testing or anything like that on their own?
In Southern Nevada?
Yeah, in Southern, we don't anymore, right?
That's a good question.
I do believe you do, I can't,
Goodhill used to, I don't know if they, there's no anymore.
all the sticks in my head.
Well, how he still does, I think they maintain, yeah.
All right, so as a point,
Regionally,
yeah, so
right.
White Pine High School does it.
And Lyon County does.
Needles, California does it, and they're in Southern too.
And I know
Yeah,
Douglas.
it's less and less now.
yeah, so we need to differentiate here. Oh, no.
We're good.
Persian County also drug tests also. There's like 3 or 4 districts that. Thank you. Are drug testing.
Mr. Strong.
Mike Strong, 1A liaison. Is a history here. This policy came back in the late 90s, early 2000s. The idea wasn't the penalized part. That was never the idea behind the policy. The policy was to try and give help to kids at the end of the day. I tell you, I come from a program that if you were caught, you were kicked off. You were done. That's just the way our school worked. Therefore, when I became a coach, that's the way it was. You were caught, you were kicked off. It was really nice, and we had schools everywhere doing everything in this state. It was really nice when there was a committee put together and the essential parts of this policy came out where we were playing on the same level. But more importantly, for me, to even see it from a different perspective. You know, hey, I was a kid that was in trouble, right? And so I understood that side of it as well. You know, it might have helped me a little bit. But the reality is when we start to see kids with the second offense, third offense, we got issues. And so the idea was, how do we help these kids? You know, the penalties are what they are, but I still think it's a pretty good policy to help students.
Yeah, because realistically, you seldom see second offenders. I know from, you seldom see kids with two offenses on this. Going through this. Okay, any more?
I'll make a motion to approve the drug, alcohol, and tobacco policy.
A second?
Dan Sorensen, I second.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, comments, discussions from the board? Any comments out there in the audience? All right, hearing no. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to item number 21, associate membership report on page 132. Ms. Lot, sorry.
Okay. So this is the combined data from the report. It goes back 2 years. It unfortunately prints on 3 pages. With the year at the top there. And we have the enrollment on the first page at the school, the current year enrollment and the projected for next year. The next page is the number of students they had rostered. And I went ahead and color coded, the green sports had lower levels offered in addition to varsity. The orange is the season, they didn't complete the season. And the blue is they not offered varsity, that they were lower levels. The third page is the comments. There's about notes, why were your seasons not completed? Any additional facilities or notes on facilities that they want to tell us about. And the last column is the member schools that they competed against.
Then Lori, pages 136 through 138 is the year previous, right? So that's, we got 22, 23 in front and then 21, 22 behind it.
Yes.
In some of these schools we have coming on as full members into the.
So let me, if I may ask, of these schools, is Innovation a full member now?
No.
Okay, so of these schools, who's are full and who are not?
Full members starting in the fall, Cristo Rey, Golden Canyon, Matter, and Amber.
Snow, American Heritage Snow, and
And the 4 schools that you just listed, they have all had 2 programs, male, female, all 2 years.
Yeah, they
met
were
requirements.
last meeting.
Okay,
Or excuse me, they were approved in January.
correct, yeah, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Again, this is not for action, this is just for information, discussion, presentation to you. We do it with tracking new schools coming as well. Any questions?
Do you know, Innovation, the 3 schools, are they are currently participating against schools?
So yes, as an associate member, they can compete against our school. They have to, under regulation, they're not required to be put into the league schedule, so they have to get their own schedules.
Are you hearing any issues, concerns regarding these 3 schools? And do they foresee to ever becoming a full member? Or are they just content with what they're doing?
They've all expressed that they want to. I know Encompass is working hard trying to encourage their kids to go out for sports. American Heritage, I believe, is working on it. Innovations does have a lot of work. They don't offer any spring sport. They only offer girls volleyball and boys basketball. So they have a lot of work ahead of them. Encompass still does as well. But they've all been told that another 2 years that they have to come in on the side. So realignment.
Okay.
Lori, just to let everybody know, they all pay dues, all of us. Thank you.
And these schools, when they get contests against our member schools, it is a free game for the members. It doesn't count against their game limit, but they only get that one time for each sport. So that's to help encourage our schools to schedule games with them so they can complete get scheduled.
Any questions? All right. We're gonna do this. All right, going forward, that was just a discussion. Now let's jump to item number 23, sportsmanship committee update. Turn this over to Mr. Nelson, as I do not see Dale Norton here.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you, Niles, from the staff, and thank you. Sloan. As Liaison Townsend mentioned earlier, we've got some work that's going through with even vetted through officials and thank you ref campaigns. We've got some other with the event management guide that's coming out to schools in our preseason meeting. We've got an awards recognition program for schools, information that will be delivered to our schools in our preseason meeting. Sportsmanship committee did not meet this past week. We've got pretty much 3 initiatives that are ready to go to announce to our schools once we get into the preseason meetings, and we're gonna roll, and sportsmanship committee will meet again after that. But that's it for the update. It wasn't meant to be anything major today because we didn't have a meeting last week. It wasn't needed. That's all I have.
Any questions regarding sportsmanship committee?
Ellen, did you want anything on the sportsmanship committee else? Chime in otherwise, or?
No.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's it, just for information discussion, it's all those.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 24, border control composition for information only on page 141. Mr. Nelson.
Okay, thank you, President Sloan. Just to recap, take a little while to where we are with voting members and liaisons. So we'll look at A first. And again, this is just for information. That Region 4 seat that I mentioned earlier, Clark County seat B, Mr. Bernard is in that, so we've now filled that in here, Principal Simmer Memorial, that's A. Wade Paulson is eligible for reappointment. That process is going through NASB right now. I expect from Executive Director Rick Harris to have information perhaps the next, I want to make sure I get this time frame right, perhaps the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll get out some time to that. I believe
Next week, they have a meeting, and that's when it will be presented to the board, so.
good. So possibly within that very good time frame to know if Mr. Bolton will be back in his seat to continue on through. It would be 2026 in that term. Let's see here. Linda Cavazos, Region 4. She has been reappointed as noted on her. So again through 2026. President Sloan in Region 4 also reappointed as noted through 2026. Ms. Riddle through 2023, that is in the process that information will be delivered to our office as soon as it is known on how that process begins. That's going to take place through the Clark County School Board Trustees. So that's on the voting members. Again, the voting members, right? We have this rotation of in essence with 12 voting members now on 3-year terms. So every year we get into a block of members that may be eligible for reappointment, may not be. In some situations with regions 2 and 3, they could be alternated between different counties, different school districts that are represented within that region. So there's quite a process extensive that goes through it, and different groups oversee. With Region 4, those go through the Clark County School Board of Trustees. Region 1 goes through the Washoe County School Board of Trustees. 2 and 3 go through the Nevada Association of School Boards. So that's how between the 4 regions that are represented. Any questions on any of those, the voting members? Okay, for liaisons, Russell Peck, Superintendent of Pershing County School District, he has been reappointed, so he will remain with us as the liaison for superintendents. The 1A, obviously with Mr. Strong exiting, replaced by David Vick of Smith Valley. Sean Fitzsimons, who filled in, taking over Bill Darrow, reappointed for the 2A to continue through 2-year terms. Now liaisons are a little different, they're 2-year terms. It kind of gets us through a realignment cycle, the way that's been set up. 3A, replacing Ray Parks will be Jason Odegaard from Front Valley. 4A, 5A, Tammy Hevig here in that position now, already starting, going through the next realignment cycle. And that was a vacated seat that exists from Mr. Jackson. We've now got that filled, and then it will continue on for the next 2 years. 4A, 5A North, Bob Levitt, continuing on for the next cycle of 2 years as a liaison. Again, a little bit different than a realignment committee position with the 4A, 5A North. The commissioner of that has been appointed to continue on as the liaison of the board. Private school liaison requesting Brett Walter, who's probably on his way right now, driving. That happens. Is that, yeah? Leave some more, okay, leave some more. Domingo Rivera from Bishop Gorman, that is conducted out of our office, the private school liaison position. asking for nominations, getting nominations, and then sending out votes and having the schools reply votes that are private schools. So Domingo Rivera Bishop Gorman will be the private school liaison, starting in September, 2 years. Charter school liaison, replacing Mike Coker, will be Dave Henneman, from Pinecrest Cadence. So he will join us starting in September. Athletic Director Association, Xavier Effiam being the executive director. That's a set seat. That is not a voted position. So Xavier, obviously, as long as he's in that position for at least the next 2 years, will be joining us here. The Officials Association liaison, Ms. Townsend has been re-elected. That goes through our commissioners of officials, so Ellen will continue on for the next 2-year cycle of that. And then our students, obviously with Haley Hirsch coming back for 1 more year, which fits nicely in the cycle of trying to do that. Lahair, Maria from Clark, our student representative from the South. She is graduated. We're gonna miss Lahair. She was, just because the student council conference happened to take place at Clark High School. She did an amazing amount of work with that conference. Again, appreciate having her with the student liaison position, but she's gone. So we're gonna have to work to replace Region 3 and then Region 2, which is basically kind of the central eastern part of the states. We never did get a nomination, not a one, from any of our schools. We're gonna have to work on that. My goal is to work primarily with our student council group and trying to find those that are student athletes. Again, even though these are 2-year positions, it may be that we do what we can do. Because again, the student council representatives that serve there, they're seniors, they have just 1 year. But if that's what it takes to fill the position, even on a year-to-year basis, if we can't fill 2 years, I think at this point, I'd be more than happy to have that, and we do want these positions filled. So we've got to work on students from, in essence, Regions 2 and Region 3 going forward. So one last little note with regards to Mike Kofer, again, even though he's off as the liaison to the board for charter schools, he is planning, depending on the structure of the next realignment committee, he would be staying on the realignment committee as the charter school representative. So I think that's everything.
Answer, if we have a student athlete that is interested in being a representative, who do they need to reach out to? You directly?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let them know.
And then we'll
Thank you.
vet that through our staff. Yes, thank you. No, that'd be great. We are looking for people to be interested. It doesn't have to be a student council member. I just knew that sometimes that's an easy avenue, because when they have their August pre-year, all the student leaders from all over the state come into, and I don't mean like every school represented, but the actual area and region representatives. It's a group of about 24 students that come together at the beginning of the year. And I typically attend that meeting with them. It's really easy for me to say, hey, look, I've got you all here, students. I need one of you from Region 2, one of you from Region 3 to step up and help us. You're the best group I've got. But if it's somebody else other than a nomination process coming from outside of student councils, absolutely, it's open to everybody. It's not just a student council position. So yes, I'd be more than happy. Please contact me. We'll get you the application for that, because there is actually an application process. Email or reply to you and we'll be nominated. So thanks.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions with regards to item number 24? Again, just for information.
Seeing none, we can go to agenda item number 25, 23, 24, NIAA Board of Control meeting dates. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah.
Page 142.
Thank you, President Sloan. And this is for information, just to recap, so you can all put them on your calendars right now. We approved this previously. Fall meeting September 27th, 28th. We will be back in Las Vegas. Whether we be at the Palace Station or not, that's what we've used recently. We'll work with staff to try and set a venue for it. But again, it's designated as a southern rotation for the fall meeting. Winter meeting dates, January 17th, 18th, to be held in the Reno area. Spring meeting, 20th, 21st in Las Vegas, and wrap it up. The summer meeting will be June 5th and 6th in Reno. Again, these are previously approved. We put this in here just to make sure you don't forget about it. Start marking them on your calendars right now, as the next year is already upon us. Any questions?
Thank you for not having you from Vegas this summer.
Yes.
It's not bad. You get
Well,
off the
we're not
plane,
meeting
you
out,
go to the meeting,
but, you know.
go to bed. And I'm freezing around.
All right, that's all I've got. Any other questions? 25.
Oh, northern people.
I'm still.
Agenda item number 26, agenda plan items for the future, page 143.
All right, this is gonna take a collective effort to go through an increase in membership dues. That again is something that I will address with the superintendents in September.
Wait, when you going? I want to be there.
So I found their calendar. Okay. Yeah, so that'll be in September. I don't know the dates, I think.
That's fine.
Yeah, but that's, it won't be, they have a pre-year meeting in August. But from what I understand from superintendent fact, that August, because of coming out of legislative session, is already so incredibly full. They said, Donnie, with all due respect, we'd like you to take a meeting off and not join us in August. I said, I understand. So September, but they do know in September, there's a few things I need to address with them. And that's certainly the big one of level 1 of 25 cents or level 2, possibly we'll see where we go with increase in membership dues on a per pupil basis. New staff member, I left this on here. This is in relation to something I mentioned earlier in this meeting about the deputy director. I just, Mr. Biesmeyer and I have a lot of work to do and see where we may be able to go with this in the future. Or not sooner than later, or not, I just don't know, but that's work in house, but I haven't lost sight of that. I told you, yes, that's one of my goals is to create a staff position in that level. New membership applications, that's coming up for us soon as we work towards other members to be introduced. And obviously the process, we're already in the relining cycle. We've got all of our members ready for the next relining cycle. That is done. We'll have, of course, always NIAA and Nevada Administrative Code workshops, hearings on proposed changes, what may be coming to that. With that, I want to go back through the agenda. Let's make sure we're not missing something, what we're bringing back. So take your time, everybody here, help me out. I have not been keeping up.
We're going to bring back the 24-25 calendar.
Yep, thank you. Now a little bit.
Let's also have a discussion on the next realignment. I know that's going to come January, but again, the discussion of what it's going to look like, is we're going to appoint people.
Shot clock. Okay, so let's see when that workshop items were done, those. Financials with the standing item there. Reports are standing item.
We need to
litigation.
reconvene any committees from now to then.
I'll work on that. That won't be part of that. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of committees. We're gonna start looking back, continuing.
Yeah.
In the fall, yeah. So we don't worry about on alignment, calendar, shot clock, policies done, school report comes to back, partnerships and standing item. Yeah, that's, I mean, more things will certainly come up. I don't want anybody to think, oh, we only got 7 items coming up on the fall board agenda. That will not be the case, but.
Let me ask this, Colin being brand new to the board, are there some items that not necessarily that have been discussed today, but are lingering out there that maybe you would like the board to discuss? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
And I want everybody to have input on this. Yeah, I can go around the room if you want. I'll take a minute. I mean, L officials wise, anything that needs to be coming on the agenda for officials. So we already know what those percentages are. That's a whole other. There's another avenue of mileage. That's another avenue, but that's not probably for here. But anything else that I'm missing from officials that we come on there?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
You know what I would also like is, I'm gonna go back to the topic that Xavier brought up, that top 10. That student recognition is that's valuable. You know, maybe tie in the excellence award or, you know, I know the state academic. I was blessed to have some very intelligent students when I coached.
They took care of you.
They did, they helped me out. That had won that state academic. That was huge. That's a huge honor. And I think sometimes we do it really quick in between games and maybe we can find ways to incorporate all those together and do that type of recognition together. So that's valuable too. But yeah, that top 10.
No, I'd love to have a discussion on that because we
Yeah.
talk about time frame and not wanting this big part of me is we've always excluded the spring season for seniors. I don't want to do that anymore. It's not right. These kids some of them are losing the opportunity to possibly earn that award because they may be an outstanding spring athlete. That's where they're going to get all their athletic recognition, and they might get a 4.0 in their very last semester too. That would have helped them. And they don't even get considered because we've already ended the program after the winter season. So we got a lot of discussion. I think it's great. Okay, Mike, anything as you're exiting for us?
Come on, drop the mic.
Yeah, yeah, anything that, think of?
She actually, President Sloan actually said what was going through my mind, but I don't know if this is something that would come before the board, but I wanted to talk about fundraising for donations, because I have a couple friends that work for the 501 side of the Super Bowl and other organizations that I've been trying to say, hey, this is a great organization, and I think you should, don't, or, so I've been talking to them, and then that ties into being able to bring that back, because yesterday when we spoke about that, and, you spoke about the money side of it, I think that's something that they might be interested in helping to bring back.
I will put, you, Brady and I together, and that would be a marketing side of things.
Okay.
Do that?
So let me ask you this, if somebody wants to come forward and give a donation, doesn't have to go to Brady, right?
That's, as long as it's not a contracted partnership, that's a really good question. That's kind of, we have,
Yeah.
you know what, I'm gonna hold off on that comment.
You have to look at the contract.
Yeah, let me hold off on that. I don't want to answer some of that.
No, I appreciate that, but I think it's a great conversation.
Else? Good. Okay, I'll come back to staff in a second here. Anything to think?
All right, hang on. We have, let's go Sean's. Oh, ladies first.
Yeah.
Just, since you guys were bringing up state academic, we did have the one public comment, so maybe when we're talking about all of that, if we can review how many members have, or how many teammates it does for the 1A for a team. Yeah, maybe we do need to look at lowering that for some of those 1A schools.
Yeah, maybe take a look at roster counts.
Yes,
current
minimum
roster-
yeah.
number of participants. required.
Yeah, because I really thought that public comment was very valid. Or what?
Yeah, and I can explain, we do have numbers, and I can, when we get into that, I'll explain why we have the numbers. Doesn't mean they're right, wrong, or different, but at least I can bring some history to that. Okay, number of participants needed. Okay, good, thank you.
Sean?
Some assignment to a liaison, Dallas Larson from 3A texted me, not to open the can of worms, but for our next meeting in September, there was a 3A school last week. 2 weeks ago, Equipo, they canceled boys basketball. They said they're not gonna have boys basketball this winter.
Right.
So we talked a little bit about that yesterday, how teams are, remember the new stuff we're talking about is you're gonna drop this boys sport. Maybe in September on the agenda, we talk something about, are we putting those policies in place of the now independent in basketball, or is it the whole school, or, I mean, it's.
Yeah,
All sports
that's
stuff.
our rules regulations committee, we'll get together on that. Keep going around the room. Yeah,
I just wanted to say, I'm excited to have, Bishop Gorman as liaison, as a regular. And I think that's a good move, no, I just think, well, kind of going back to my mind is just about, Brad Joe's presentation and the budget, just more sponsorships, Shot Clock sponsored by, and get the names on there, and just, and we should just really try to expand.
Yeah,
that. So,
Yeah, maybe like a local business would be
that was Colin's idea, so.
So, he muttered it.
Came off this point.
So what's funny is, and Jay, you can kind of correct me if I'm wrong with regards to NFHS game playing rules. Uniforms can't have sponsored logos on it. You can have the manufacturer's logo on there. I think it's 2¼ inches in diameter to be that. But to my knowledge, in terms of putting something on a floor or on a scoreboard, as we see on football scores everywhere, or a piece of equipment on a shot clock and putting something out there, I believe that's all legal.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah,
And it's
so-
It is.
school side.
School side, it's not an item.
And let's say we'll have the scoreboard or shot clock for every school in the state.
That's gonna give us 1 point however many.
The whole program is sponsored by them.
There you go. All right, you got connections.
Gosh, one connection.
Colin, what do you got for us?
A couple thoughts, just
Yeah.
since you're kind of pushing me on it. One, I think, we talked a little bit about some data, maybe having a conversation, around like the Washoe County, Clark County AP data, as far as kids taking AP assessments and, what that looks like for the spring season. So maybe it's a bigger or a smaller problem than we think. So then we can circle back to my point about kids riding the bus, taking AP exams. Number one, number two, I do think that I would love to have a conversation about the yellow card in soccer. I do think that it's a little bit unfair for the kids, two slide tackles that the ref reads one way and all of a sudden the kid is suspended out there a game or proposed 2 games. And then the third thing, kind of a larger thing, I'm just curious about, again, this could be just naive, I don't know. I would love to see, Mr. Nelson, from you, just kind of like what, as a step, what are our goals? You know, what is in alignment with like the vision that we have? Are we looking at sets of goals like that, like whether it's increasing membership, increasing participation, financial goals, like just some of, like, I'd love to kind of hear that from you all. Just like what your staff's thinking related to that. Thank you.
That's a homework.
Give me homework, so I know.
No, yeah.
It's possible.
Sammy, anything you're bringing to the board? It's been educational?
It's, yeah, definitely. Not anything that I can think of, right?
Thank you.
Just a couple notes real quick. I know Cal was brought up, so that's good. Playoff sites, I know, again, not native specific, but just as a member of the board, and we talked about, hey, high school specific, I think it'd be nice if we came back and in September said, okay, here's where tentatively we're gonna be at these sites specifically, just to kind of give a better idea. A concern that I have, and I gotta go back to my Title IX thought process for gender equity on our board, is that if you do set up something nice for girls volleyball, what are we gonna do for boys volleyball? And I know girls volleyball was a state, boys volleyball were Southern only. So just those, just sometimes that can get lost in the mix because of a different season. So just throwing that out there. And then I know Ms. Sloan brought up the top 10, which I don't want to try to beat a dead horse. I know NIAA, we have different sponsors than Play Fly and NIAA have. So I'd be definitely curious to see if some of the sponsorships that we have could assist without losing them to the NIAA, if you understand that. Would it be interesting to see also to note the costs that it is to run that event, so that when we, if we had a sponsor that we could reach out to and say, hey, can you ante up $5,000, $10,000, whatever the amount is, so that we can approach those sponsors in an appropriate fashion with the appropriate amount.
Typical Northern Banquet and Southern Banquet each cost around $8,000. That includes the meals, the venue, to host a banquet, and then the scholarships, of course, would be $20,000.
So 20,000 is what we're looking for.
20,000 for scholarships, then 8,000 plus 8,000 for venues north and south. So the whole total package
Yes.
to deliver it would be $36,000, just a straight out. So say 40, round it up as cost of inflation will make.
In 2019, which has been our last banquet, we were closer to 10, 11.
Wow, there you go.
That means now it's
And
like,
now we're probably,
yeah.
$50,000.
Cost of
Side to
inflation.
side.
There you go. So you're-
Okay,
Put $50,000 on that tab.
might be a few sponsors.
Yes. At least you understand, right, what we got, you know, for example, the Hall of Fame banquet, well, I don't wanna get off topic here, but. Yeah, with the amount what we're paying for the meals and everything, the
Sure.
venue at the Orleans, the Hall of Fame banquet, it is.
Noted.
A lot of money.
But you're also charging $50.
We are charging it. Top 10 banquet, we usually give everybody a table of 8 for free.
Got it. Thank you.
Ellen. Oh.
Haley, don't hold on, man.
we'll let her go.
So Haley, I know you are gonna send me, as we talked about, some ideas on how to better use your position. Anything else you wanna say now, or?
Just excited to be here and I'm ready to collect some information, share with you all next time.
Thank you.
I'm just Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. We had talked about at our commissioners meeting, getting with soccer on that, the yellow card issue. Is that what we're also talking about with Colin? Same thing. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'll work with.
That's for us.
Cool.
That's correct.
All right. Great agenda, come on. Yeah, all right, staff wise, and this one, Lori, this one here. Jay, this one here.
Agenda wise?
Yeah, we're gonna call.
No, just the usual stuff, budget, financial.
Yeah, July, okay. See anything I missed? Paul, anything else legal side, and then standard items? All right, there we go.
All right. So to item number 27. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about a matter not on the agenda, right? Items raised during the course of this agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon notice. So notice, procedure on the open meeting law have been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a yellow public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a group may be imposed. It is requested that the comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? Those of you that are online, is there anyone out there that would like to speak? Hearing none, we will then go to adjournment. It is now 1 o'clock on the dot. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
All right, great job, everyone, thank you.
Yeah, please don't take it.
Hey, I really, this is while we're cleaning up, and don't keep cleaning up, I'll speak loud about cleaning up. A very special thing just happened at the RSCBA, they're gonna start the visitors authority.